Between the last bruise of night and the first weak color along the water, you let the room loosen its hold and drift toward the shore. The air cooler than you hoped, the day not yet decided. The sea already breathing in long, even pulls that sound patient enough to teach you how. Sand gives beneath your weight, soft and untrusting, and the tide sends a hush toward your ankles, not quite touching, as if measuring your intention before it comes closer. You carry the thin board with the scratched plan pressed to your chest as though it could warm you, and the wax on its face has taken the imprint of your thumb, a small oval where the day will keep returning, a mark that will flatten again and again as you reread the same lines, the same curve, the same quiet dare. Make stillness where waves rarely sit still. Behind you, in the rooms with thin walls, a sibling turns and mutters something that means nothing and everything. Just a tone, a long exhale caught by sleep, while the neighbor coughs once, twice, a dry habit that says dawn more reliably than any rooster. And under the floor, the rat makes its small, rude scratching, which you pretend you do not hear, because pretending is cheaper than repairs. You step into the narrow street where moisture clings to stone, and the faint, sour comfort of yesterday's smoke lingers under the new salt. And the goat at the corner, someone's goat, everyone's goat, the goat who has been old longer than most people have been alive, stares in the gray and chews with deep consideration, as though it has read your plan and disagrees with three important parts. You nod to the goat, because respect can only help. Then keep walking toward the soft hem of waves, where rope coils rest like sleeping serpents, and an oar leans against a post as if it grew there. The shore accepts you with its usual suspicion, giving you sand where you wanted ground and glitter where you wanted quiet. The water folds and unfolds with slow conviction, and a line of weed left by the last tide offers its separations. Small shells that hold yesterday's light, pale driftwood that feels like bone, a bead of tar that your sandal collects as if you needed another small problem to carry. You set the board on a smooth stone and feel the day's first reluctance lift from your shoulders, not disappearing, just shifting to some place you can manage, like moving a sack to the other hip. The plan looks both firm and fragile in the half-light, a neat arc and a few marks, the sort of drawing that promises everything while admitting that the sea does not sign contracts, does not take notes, does not apologize when it changes its mind. You run your fingertip along the curve scratched into wax and watch a little curl fall and catch on the breeze before it sticks to your knuckle, a stubborn speck you rub against the coarse cloth of your sleeve until it yields. The air is full of tastes. Iron from some distant rock, bitter herb crushed under a careless heel, salt that has more moods than people. And as you breathe, the plan sits felted to your thoughts, not a command, but a companion that will keep you from wandering when the day turns long. Your sandals admit the shore the way a tired gate admits wind. Grains climb into the leather and settle against your skin, with a grit that suggests a future of small, constant negotiations. You look down at your feet and think, not for the first time, that the sea has a talent for finding seams, and that people are not so different. The wooden frame you brought, with cords that know gravity better than you do, rests beside you like a small, humble altar to straightness, though straightness will not win this day. You stand it over a patch of firm sand and watch the cords fall true, left to right, front to back. Tiny threads making laws you can obey without resentment. You count your steps along the waterline, not because the number matters. Numbers have a way of changing their minds when the wind shifts. but because the counting places your breath where your body is and keeps it from running ahead to the questions that breed when you are not looking. At each pause, you push a short stake and tie a string that pulls gently, a domestic tug, nothing dramatic. The kind of tug that says, "Remember me when the world wants you louder." The sea has its own filing system, and today it stores your footprints under the first thin lap of the tide, and you let it, because insisting would be childish, and tomorrow will need the same sand. The sky lightens the way a bruise heals, from deep to dim to a patient, ordinary blue that has no bad intentions, and gulls give their slow comments, not alarmed, not impressed, only awake. You think about the people who will ask you later what the morning told you, and you know you will shrug and say almost nothing, because the morning said what it always says: work and keep your breath even, and do not argue with water. It is not a lesson so much as a posture, and postures have to be practiced, like sleep. The weight in your hands is not heavy, not the way stone is heavy, not a burden that shouts. It is the kind that settles inside the ribs and makes you stand in a careful way to balance it. So your muscles speak to one another behind your back, and the day starts as a low conversation in the body. You feel the small ache in your right knee, the left knee's mirror out of sympathy or habit, and your shoulder carries the memory of older days when work was not yet wise. You offer a bleak little joke to yourself about the sea being an unforgiving audience, and you almost smile, because the humor sits where all humor eventually sits, on top of something it cannot repair. If you listen past the water, the city makes shy noises, jars setting down on padded ledges, a shutter eased open with a breath, a quiet cough swallowed out of politeness, so many gestures of people trying not to disturb fate while performing the first duties of mourning. Somewhere behind you, the sibling has turned again and returned to their endless conversation with whoever sleeps in their dreams. And the rat has forgotten the pact of silence and scolds a crumb with gusto, and the goat, unbelievably, has shifted 3 paces to inspect your string with an authority that no law ever granted. You accept that everything is watching, and because you cannot stop it, you grant them partial credit and continue. The plan tells your eyes where to rest, on the water's elbow, on that patient stone set like a knuckle where waves lose their hurry for half a breath, on the darker edge beyond which the bottom drops, and the color changes from kind to deep. You kneel and press your palms to the damp sand that has stored the night's cool like an old habit, and you let your spine soften while your thoughts move in slow threads, each thread holding to the next so nothing frays. You do not picture triumph, you picture absence. The absence of worry in those who will tie ropes to posts here someday. The absence of wake that keeps a small bowl of soup from tilting. The absence of that whistling wind that shoots through late-night door cracks with the skill of a thief. You picture absence because sometimes it is easier to build by subtracting the trouble than by adding the promise. A small wave pushes farther than its brothers and licks at the edge of your board, leaving a clean trace that dries as you watch, and you move the plan higher. Not out of alarm, but because keeping paper dry is one of life's rare achievable goals. Your fingers smell of salt and the faint metal of the stylus you carry, the tip smoothed by years into the kind of point that never pokes through, but makes its case anyway. You drag it once along the wax, not changing the curve, only confirming that it still lives where you left it, and the curling ribbon clings to your wrist, like a silent pet that will not stay home. You pretend not to notice, because you have a lot of pretending to accomplish before noon. The first set of feet reaches the shore, the steady shuffle of someone who never hurries and never fails to arrive, the lighter tread of someone younger who thinks speed is proof of service. And you do not turn, because you are not ready to share this slow edge of day. They will come when the light grows bolder, when small orders can be passed with the lift of a chin, when tasks have found their tools, and tools have found their grudges. But for now, the work belongs to the part of you that still believes that lines drawn in tender light become laws if you respect them. You let your eyes drift toward the distant outline that will someday be far nearer, and you allow yourself the tiny, private cruelty of hoping the goat trips over its own beard. It will not. It never does. Cold reaches your ankles as you step forward, not from the water but from the air that leans into you, and you take it in without complaint, because complaints are a luxury you learned to ration. Your breath has the shape of counting even when you have stopped counting, and your body, creature of repetition, worshipper of small ceremony, settles into the old dance of step and pause, knot and pull, watch and wait. The plan argues for a curve that touches the water like a hand that has learned weather, and you stand there until the curve begins to live in your neck and shoulders, until it becomes a way of carrying yourself, so that when you walk back across the sand, people might guess what you intend without hearing a word. You taste the previous night, coarse bread, a sliver of rind, a mouthful of water too warm to be satisfying, and it sits inside you with the same neutrality as your other memories. Neither comfort nor complaint, only part of the mixture that hardens slowly into the day you can use. Your thumb presses into the wax again, deeper this time, leaving a larger oval to remind you where you began. And you think of old mistakes the way you think of old shoes, not fondly, not bitterly, just as things that shaped your stride when you did not yet have one of your own. If humor visits, it is the tired kind, the kind that looks at a long task and says, "Very well, then let us begin by standing still for 5 generous minutes." You let those minutes pass in plain silence. Nothing profound, nothing clever, just the courtesy of not rushing what could break if handled too firmly. When you finally close the board and tie its cord, you do it with the same care you give to small wounds, the tug that is firm without pride, and you tuck it under your arm so the warmth returns to your skin, and the plan, for a breath or two, belongs to your body more than to the world. The path back across the sand is a twin of the one here, but you feel the light's small growth at your back, a barely noticeable thing that still manages to lift the corners of your mouth. At the edge of the shallows, you pause, letting cold climb the worn leather, letting your toes consider whether they live in the same century as the rest of you. And when the water slides away again, it leaves a fine line of silt around your ankles, like a bracelet drawn by a sleepy hand. The horizon keeps its promise of distance. The goat snorts an opinion that no one requested. The sibling sighs into a deeper drift of dreams, and the neighbor begins to sweep their threshold with slow strokes that suggest wisdom born of too many mornings. You breathe with the sea, because refusing would be silly, and you stand until standing feels like the only tool you needed. And then you turn with the smallest of plans tucked against the pulse inside your wrist, the ropes whispering against their posts as a breeze arranges them into neat, forgettable music. And the water, behind you, folds and unfolds and folds again, finishing your thoughts without saying a word. The water kept folding and unfolding behind your thoughts, so you let the rhythm carry your feet along the fringe of the shore, the thin skin where land tries every day to remember its edge and the sea insists on editing it. Morning was already smoothing itself over stones, a faint light that did not argue, and you moved with your small bundle of string and stakes and the wax tablet that held a curve like a promise no one else had heard, its surface warming against your palm until the scent of bees and smoke rose like a shy memory. Each step settled and slid, sand finding the seams of your sandals with the unhurried patience of a clerk who has all year to misplace a file, while the breeze, kinder than it looked, sifted through dry thorns and left a whispering burr that almost sounded like approval. You measured without announcing the act, the way hunger measures cupboards, an old habit more than a task, letting the string uncoil from your wrist in slow, obedient arcs that kissed the ground and held steady while the wind made smaller decisions above it. The wax line on the board asked for gentleness, and your eye, practiced at listening to what cannot speak, followed the indentation across the page and then across the world, as if the shore would mimic whatever you drew by hand. A distant cart gave a soft wheel thrum along some inland street, and you pictured the neighbor pressing a cough back into their chest so the day would not notice they were already tired. While back in the dim room, the sibling rolled through another dream, murmuring to a forgotten companion who never quite answers. The rat, having survived yet another night by refusing to be interesting, had likely fallen asleep beneath the floor, curled around the smallest victory as if it were a feast. The curve you wanted was not the ambitious kind. No swagger, no proud angles, only a patient arm placed where water learned to rest, an arc for breath rather than display, the kind of line that asks vessels to exhale and forget they once belonged to wind. You walked it in your head first, then with your feet, then with the string, letting each agreement cancel the small fears that liked to gather behind your kneecaps when the air turned large. A goat watched from a parcel of scrub where thistles had elected a parliament of their own. It chewed, unhurried, full of old opinions about your project and about people who think lines can tame distance. You nodded to it anyway, because consultation with experts is always wise, even when they answer by swallowing a leaf and looking away. You set the first stake where the sand was compact and cool, knelt until your knees learned the ground's chill, and pressed the wood with the heel of your palm, feeling the give, the refusal, the small pulse of resistance that says the earth has its own paperwork to complete before it will acknowledge your request. The string ran from your hand like a vein, steadying the day into measurable pieces. And when the wind pushed it, you let it push, because there is a difference between correction and insult, and the breeze had not yet learned cruelty. You eyed the outer shoal where color deepened, saw the long shadow that sometimes lifts and sometimes dissolves, and pictured lanterns in some later season, a row of breaths along a quiet quay, each flame arguing softly with the night and then giving up the argument in order to steady a sleeper's ribs. When the wax softened further, you turned the tablet and pressed your thumb against the mark you kept returning to, a small hollow the shape of reluctance, then drew a new stroke that mirrored the beach's compromised patience. The heat from your skin moved into the board in a way you trusted more than the sun, because your own warmth has never surprised you by leaving. The wind sifted the dry thorns into a faint rattle that placed time in the present. And you thought of the evenings years from now that would be called ordinary because nothing terrible would happen in them, and how ordinary is not a word people respect until they lose it. You promised yourself not with pride, not with ceremony, just with the plain stubbornness that has kept your back from folding, that the curve would be kind enough to make ordinary nights possible. You followed the line around a bend where the shore forgot how to be straight, and a faint seam of gravel grew loud under your soles, each grain announcing its place like a clerk with a stub of lead and a book of names. The smell of old rope and brine drifted from a tangle of coils near a bleached post, where some earlier worker had left a knot half-tied, the gesture of a chore interrupted by hunger, by weather, by life, by the quiet fact that hands get tired and knees prefer a different season than the one they receive. You stepped over a low mat of burrs that attached themselves to your hem like letters you would refuse to deliver, and you smiled without showing teeth, the resigned shape of humor that belongs to anyone who has ever learned to ignore a small, persistent itch rather than start an argument with it. Your counting was never precise and never needed to be. You knew how far a day travels by the weight inside your shoulders more than by numbers, and the string, obedient but not servile, laid its pale body over the sand with the tenderness of an old scarf being set down for a nap. Every few paces you pressed another stake, tilted your head, squinted against the grainy light, and adjusted the arc by a finger's width that no one would ever notice except the water, which notices everything and has the courtesy not to brag. Behind your attention, the murmur of the city began to collect itself, doors easing open, shutters finding their hinges, someone somewhere pouring grain with a sound like rain, thinking of a second career. And the goat, finally satisfied you were not going to do anything dramatic, arranged its legs and made a dignified seat out of its own patience. You came to a flat shelf where the shore widened into a stubborn, ordinary patch, and you stood there longer than you meant to, counting your breath into sixes, into eighths, into whatever number the lungs prefer when asked politely. The wax tablet cooled a little and then warmed again as your palm remembered it, and the curve on its face grew less like a drawing and more like a quiet story you could tell without words. A shoulder offered, a small harboring, a room built out of light and air where fatigue could hang its coat and know it would find it later. Somewhere, a child cried once, the soft rehearsal of real tears, and then silence returned, not triumphant, just punctual. The ground made suggestions you could not ignore. Shallow beds of weed where storms had left their signatures. A pale fan of silt that meant hard walking for carts. A buried rib of driftwood that had decided its usefulness lay in making your ankle uncertain. And you answered each with a minor change, tugging the string, lifting it, placing it back, letting the future owners of your work inherit a line that respected old accidents instead of pretending to erase them. You tasted the day's first real thirst, the kind that hides behind work and then steps out politely, hat in hand, and you let a swallow of water surprise your tongue with its stale sweetness, grateful for a relief that felt honest rather than grand. When you turned toward the inward hollow that would someday carry steps and voices, you imagined the lanterns you had promised yourself, their light making a pathway of modest coins along the quay. And you pictured the way sleepers breathe when they trust walls and water to keep their secrets. The curve wanted to cradle that breathing without claiming it, to offer permission rather than prison, and you let your feet teach your eyes how to see it, because feet often know before eyes commit. You paused at a scuff of rock where the earth's skin had split and healed badly, laid the tablet across your knee as if it were a nervous bird needing a moment, and breathed through the ache that had begun in your low back, a small weather that arrives every day with admirable punctuality. Footprints you did not make appeared near the tide line, older than the morning, narrower than yours, bowed in toward one another with a steady humility. And for a brief moment you considered the company of this unknown walker, and felt less alone in your odd devotion to a line the world had not asked for. The wind found the dry thorns again, and passed through them with a whisper that sounded like sand being persuaded to move, and you let the last length of string fall from your hand to complete the arc. Not perfect, not careless, only properly tired. Your thumb's print in the wax had deepened without your noticing, a small lake of intention you would not smooth yet, because some hollows need time to decide whether they were wounds or beginnings. You lifted the stakes one by one to mark them with a nick, a private code you could read tomorrow if the shore forgot, and your hands, grown sensible over seasons of repetition, kept the gestures steady, even as the arm complained in that modest voice that never rises above a murmur. A gull that had not been invited still came and left its neat marks beside yours, a parallel review written in a language that does not require archives, and you tolerated the critique with the dry respect you save for relatives who never learned the difference between asking and advising. The goat, whose certainties are older than yours, and therefore immune to adjustment, had closed its eyes to the serious slits of reviewers everywhere, and appeared to be meditating on a subject only goats and certain stones understand. On your way back along the arc you had chosen, the plan rode against your palm like a low ember, and you held it there not to warm yourself, but to teach your skin what you expected your bones to accomplish. The string coiled obediently, less a tool now than a memory of a morning well spent, and the sand, never finished with you, sent a final trickle into your sandals, as if to remind you that comfort is a negotiable contract, and the other party always reads the fine print. You thought briefly of soup eaten without hurry on a night without wind, and allowed the picture to fade, not out of modesty, but because you have learned not to count a meal before the spoon rests. The last thing you did before the day lifted its shoulders fully was stand at the head of the line and look outward, not measuring, not deciding, simply letting your chest match the breadth of the water until the two were difficult to separate. You considered the quiet humor of promising sleep to strangers you will never meet by drawing a curve on a shore that does not need your lines to be beautiful, and the humor did not sting. It simply placed a small smile in the corner of your mouth, where effort stores its better manners. The neighbor's broom began its slow, dependable talk against stone somewhere inland, and a far shutter gave a delicate click as it found its morning position, and the sibling drifted deeper into a whispering cove of dreams that did not require your presence. By the time you turned away, the ark had settled into the ground, like a thought that had finally found the sentence it needed, and the wax tablet bore a smoothed shine where your thumb had confused intention with comfort, an error you have made for years and will continue to make until it saves you. The breeze threaded the thorns once more and moved on with its small errands, and your sandals, patient as beasts, accepted another measure of sand without complaint. You started toward the rooms that hold your night, the string tucked in quiet coils, the plan pressing its slow heat into your hand, each step a slight promise that meant more because it was not loud, while along the shore the faint rattle of dry spines and the even breath of the sea kept time and kept time and kept time until the sound ran thin and the day took it gently The curve you traced yesterday stays with you like a low tune under your breath. An arc you can feel in your calves as you walk. A quiet promise smudged into the wax and into your palms, set against the long, even breathing of the shore that never quite matches your own, but nudges it toward patience. Morning sits on the water like a careful hand. The light arrives without hurry, sliding along the backs of ripples, slipping into the seams of stones, naming nothing, demanding nothing. You lift the groma from its resting place and settle its weight across your shoulder, that familiar persuading pull that reminds your bones why they were shaped as they were, while your other hand balances the long, steady body of the chorobates, a level with water, against your hip. Leather complains in its usual way, a soft creak that does not ask for sympathy because the strap knows you will give none. Everything has its job, and gentle protest is part of the job. Behind thin walls, the neighbor coughs his measured cough. Two short, one long. A call and answer with the morning air that manages to be both weary and punctual. Under your floor, a rat resumes its cartography, mapping the same 3 beams as if one night they might lead somewhere else, the little claws ticking like distant rain under dry boards. Your sibling turns on the mat and gathers the blanket more fiercely, muttering one vowel into the corner as if someone had stolen it, and then returned it slightly bent. In the yard next door, the goat clears its throat with the authority of a village clerk and eyes you with that ancient skepticism that suggests you have never once understood a deadline. It is, as always, probably correct. The shore receives you without ceremony. Sand sifts into your sandals, settling where your skin is tender, making small announcements of itself with every step. A dry humor you have learned to accept and will never admire. You carry the groma to the firm band where the tide hesitates, push the iron foot into damp grit, and feel that mild resistance becomes steadiness, the post learning the grammar of the ground. The cross arms rest on your shoulder for a moment, then swing to place, the strings asking shyly for stillness and accepting delay instead. Plumb bobs begin their patient quarrel with the breeze, turning, correcting, turning again, as if the air itself enjoys slow disagreement. You look past their tiny arguments to the long line of water and let your breath settle into the same backward and forward, trusting that steady breathing is a tool as valuable as any string. There is a quiet theater to all of it, a stage too large for walls, with gulls as unruly ushers and swells as actors who refuse to learn their marks. You sight along the crossing arms and choose a line that is less a command than an invitation, one that a human foot will understand and a human back will thank, one that a lantern will find easily on a weary night. The reed pen rests behind your ear until you need it. Then it comes forward with a dry scrape, leaving neat dark strokes across the wax tablet, figures so small they look like they distrust their own ambition. Gulls orbit overhead at a responsible distance and offer comment in the tone of supervisors who have not read the plan but have opinions regardless. You nod at their advice and proceed without implementing any of it. The chorobates is heavier in the hand than memory allows, a fact that repeats itself each day and will surprise you again tomorrow. You set it down on 2 flattened stones, kneel, and ease a wedge beneath one end until the water along the shallow channel lies as calmly as a sleeping child. The meniscus holds its breath. Your back complains in a low voice. Your knees mention the existence of time. You adjust. The water thinks. You adjust again. The water thinks again. And together you come to a compromise tender enough to be trusted. You rest your fingertips along the long edge, not to steady it. Your hands are not that important. but to remind your body to be quiet while the liquid reads the world. The sea sends a long, patient exhalation across the strip of shore, like an elder making peace with a room, and the little pool within the plank answers with its own small hush. Reed against wax, reed against wax. A rhythm develops, not musical in any celebrated sense, but competent, comforting. Here a number. There a short set of marks that mean slope, that mean memory after fatigue, that mean you will find your way back to this morning when the light is different and your patience shorter. You are precise because softness requires it. There is kindness in straight lines when the world is restless. You look from the tablet to the strings and back, and sometimes a gull lands and watches the process with polite boredom, as if you are building a fence to keep the wind in, as if you are the latest in a long string of figures who have attempted to negotiate with movement and come away, at best, with neat lists. The goat, having settled every dispute in its own mind, shifts its weight to another leg and makes a small sound that you accept as approval. There are worse judges. The sun climbs without comment and begins to work its slow attention on the back of your neck, finding the places where salt has dried, making tiny crystals crackle in the fine hair. A quiet field of sensation that somehow keeps you awake more tenderly than anything loud. You sight again, pinch the string, and lift, letting it hum between finger and thumb. A thread-borne note, thin as a breath but persistent. When the breeze intervenes, you brace your elbow against your ribs and tuck your chin as if in prayer, though what you practice is only waiting, which is its own kind of devotion. The plumb bob rotates and slows, until its tip, sharp as a moth's idea, comes to rest over the faint incision you made with the reed's cap, and you feel a small, private satisfaction that does not need praise. You are, in these moments, a quiet hinge between sky and grit. You leave the apparatus standing to absorb the day and pace the length of the imaginary wall, testing the ground's mood with your weight, listening for the little crunches that mean gravel will need coaxing, noting the soft spots that will take shoring without complaint. Your heel slides half an inch and stops. You adjust your stride not because you are cautious, though you are, but because your body prefers to move with the place rather than against it. Far upshore a cart groans. A man calls to someone in a voice so ordinary it could be any hour. The neighbor coughs again, now outdoors, a thin ribbon of sound that travels without hurry. And the rat, deep under boards, rehearses afternoon. These presences hold at the edge of your focus, frames your mind is grateful to lean on without needing to look. The chorobates calls you back with a glint off the water's skin, and you kneel again, the sand embedding its opinion into your kneecaps, the fabric of your trousers taking on another small, gritty chapter. You let a drop from the skin fall into the channel and watch the ripple travel to each end and return. The wave a small envoy from a larger nation, bringing news of unevenness and then forgetting it. You shave a sliver from the wedge with your knife, the curl of wood catching against your thumb, smelling faintly of dust and old sap, a scent that minds its own business. When the water settles, you take the reed and inscribe another careful line, a cousin to the first, but not a twin. Twins are uncommon in honest work. Cousins, frequent and dependable. Hunger arrives like a polite messenger who waits at the doorframe and clears a throat you nearly mistake for the goat's. You give the messenger a small piece of yesterday's loaf and a sip of water with a taste that is part river, part skin, part time, and the messenger retreats without gratitude, which is proper. You continue. If humor has any place here, it is in the way your stomach chooses to comment precisely when a measurement requires stillness, in the way the gulls hold conferences on driftwood and produce outcomes identical to their earlier conferences, in the way the strings consider the wind a negotiator rather than a bully. You are old friends with this sort of comedy, and so you smile with the kind of mouth that does not disturb instruments. The straight lines become a narrow street of intention across the shore. Stakes, marks, distances measured by paces you have learned to keep consistent despite pebbles and thoughts. You plant each stake with the heel of your palm, feeling the dull thud travel up the bones of your arm and disappear somewhere behind the shoulder where so much of the day goes to rest. Between 2 points you stretch cord, and its simple tautness is like a promise you can actually keep. You lean your forehead against your wrist for one long breath, and the salt there reminds you that you are made of the same impatient water you are trying to persuade, which is a kind of cruel joke you have decided to accept without comment. As you work, memory opens a side door. There is a garden you once kept behind a rented room. Just enough plot to practice gentleness. Just enough distance to remind you what patience has to say when no one interrupts. You recall the way a path through that small patch had to balance discipline with kindness. How a hard line across soft soil is really an agreement negotiated in a dozen tiny meetings no one attends on purpose. The difference today is that your garden is the sea, and it does not care to be tended. Still, you lay out the path because tomorrow has to stand somewhere when it comes to look at the night. The goat, satisfied with the philosophical quality of the morning, chews something it probably should not, then decides that you are not a threat to anything that matters and goes about the serious business of being certain. Afternoon leans its weight onto your shoulders and into your eyes. The world whites out a little at the edges, as if the pages of the day have been thumbed often and are beginning to fray. You work more slowly, not because you have lost energy, but because the measurements have begun to require your entire breath, and not just the part you usually spare for careful tasks. The reed pen has a new, quieter scratch, now that the wax is warm and more willing. The chorus of gulls recedes into the same outer band as the neighbor's cough and the rat's patient rehearsal. You are alone and not alone, held by the grid of lines you have anchored, steadied by the long body of the level, comforted by the string's small song when you pluck it to release a kink. The sea continues its work, which is to move, and does not applaud or object. You find your satisfaction in the way the plumb bob stops spinning and simply is. You break the stage and build it again. Lift the groma, shift it a few paces, set the foot, settle the cross, wait out the wind, accept that the patience you brought is never quite enough and yet somehow suffices. You carry the chorobates to a slightly higher patch, test the water, shave another whisper from the wedge, and decide that honesty and slope is the same as mercy for feet that will walk it later in the dark, carrying bundles, carrying worry, carrying the nothing that still manages to feel heavy. Once you imagine dropping the level in the shallows, watching the water inside speak to the water outside in a conversation you do not control. And in that imagined moment, you feel a sudden thin laughter that has no sound, the laughter of a person who has been cold for a decade and polite about it. You hold on. By the time the sun changes its tone and begins to think about descending, your lines have become something more than lines. They are a soft scaffolding for a future that has not earned them yet. You gather the reed, the tablet, the wedges, leaving the planted stakes to keep watch like modest sentries who do not demand relief. Your hands smell of wood, water, and a faint bitterness from the reed's ink, a smell that will haunt your bread unless you wash longer than you will. You give the groma a companionable pat, which, like all pats to indifferent objects, is for you rather than for it. The goat follows at a dignified distance, possibly to ensure you do not commit any last-minute foolishness with the property line. You accept the supervision without comment. Back at the threshold, the neighbor drags a stool across the floor with a sound that briefly resembles thunder scaled for a single room, and your sibling rehearses tomorrow's complaints in sleep with a string of syllables that end in a satisfied exhale. You set the instruments down where the rat cannot learn their paths, prop the chorobates on 2 stones so the channel lies level as a resting eye, and slide the tablet beneath a shallow dish to protect the marks from someone's well-meant tidying. Your shoulder loosens its grip on a knot that seemed patient enough to live there forever. Your spine negotiates a new truce with the evening. Outside, along the line you have drawn across nothing, the breeze smooths the chords and ignores the stakes. A last gull writes a loose arc over the gray water and turns inland, done with commentary for the day. The little puddle in the level's channel holds completely still, not because it has been commanded, but because the room is quiet and the air has decided for once to let it be. In that small hush, the sea gives one long, even breath, and the instrument answers with its own lighter echo, a silver tongue of water settling against wood. Then quieter, then almost not there at all. The thin ribbon of water you watched, settling in the level's channel, lingers in your mind as you step away from the measured shore. A remembered stillness you lay carefully beside the day's new heat, because now the air comes from brick mouths and low vents, from kilns that exhale like tired animals and inhale like careful elders, and the soft theater of strings and plumb bobs gives way to the blunt grammar of fire and dust, to the long, patient cooking of shells and stone, whose names you do not speak aloud because the mouth is busy with cloth and the throat prefers survival. And though the sea keeps breathing in its even way, you turn toward the yard where another kind of breathing has to be managed by hands and stubbornness. You come into the kiln yard the way you enter a room where someone is ill and sleeping, slow and without surprise, because noise changes flame in ways you cannot bargain back again. The ground is pale under your sandals with old leavings, a chalk that finds skin and stays, the way an argument can coat a house long after it ended, and you accept the dust as the price of tomorrow's strength, though your lungs file the complaint with bureaucratic diligence. The neighbor coughs beyond a thin wall of timber and reed, 3 barks and a clearing that stands like punctuation, steady as a clerk's stamp. Under the stacked wood, a rat moves in zigzags, knocking exactly the same chip from exactly the same board with religious faith. Somewhere behind a fence, the goat offers a commentary so dry it scratches like paper in the ear, and you nod to its wisdom because the goat has learned to be right, and when it is wrong, it gives no sign that would help you. The kilns breathe hot, patient air that combs the hairs on your forearms into something like attention, and you lift the shovel whose worn lip knows this floor better than you ever will, pressing its broad mouth under a drift of pale, pricking dust, dragging it backward with a scrape that registers in teeth and elbows and the hinge of your spine. A sound both low and high, a sound that seems to be the room reminding you of its memory, then heaving the powder into a shallow mound where the day's bite will be tamed. Not now, not yet, but later when water is invited, carefully and with respect. The cloth around your nose is already damp and already insufficient. The sting sits in the soft pocket at the root of the tongue as if it has rented the space, and when it rises, it is like an old friend arriving unannounced, one who always knocks, never waits, and insists on the same chair by the door. You breathe slowly through the cloth and count along the shovel's rhythm, because counting is a way to agree with time, and agreement keeps the hands moving when the body would rather walk away. Heat curls at your wrists, hesitant at first and then bold as you open the firing mouth to feed the slow animal, slipping in lengths of dry split wood that smell faintly of sap and more strongly of caution, letting the flame taste without flaring, because what you want is steady labor, not brilliance. Your palms feel the tiny bites of old splinters, and your forearms remember last week's rash, a map of unwise enthusiasm, and you settle for the kind of care that leaves fewer marks, which is its own quiet victory. A gull drifts overhead and somehow finds the energy to complain about inland matters. You politely ignore it because you are too occupied with the small diplomacy of choked vents and opened grates, with the rumor of flame that tells you if the shell is ready to give up the softness it kept from sea and sun, and you refuse to be hurried because nothing that will be asked of this powder later will forgive hurrying. Around you, the yard has its lesser business. Ropes hung after yesterday's rinsing sway with the breath of heat and the breath of breeze and the breath of your own walking, making a triple rhythm you do not try to follow. A cracked basin collects a quiet constellation of dust, floating like tired bees. The shade between two piles of stone shortens with a stubbornness that reminds you of certain uncles whose names you do not say near open flame. You rake the floor, and the dust lifts with a sting that sits in the throat, a clean bite without malice, and settles again as if it had thought better of the gesture, while your eyes run a little not from sadness, though sadness is never far in this business of making tomorrow, but from the simple logic of lime meeting wet skin. Your humor, when it arrives, is dry as the dust itself. A thought that the powder should come with thanks for all the coughing, perhaps a small inscription on the sacks acknowledging the labor of throats. You slide the rake under the crust where yesterday's breath hardened around today's hunger, lifting it in patient sheets that crack with a low, comforting complaint, and you kneel to break the larger pieces with the back of the shovel, because the hand insists on knowing what the stick cannot, listening for the shy pitch that says the heart has gone from stone to something else, something you will be able to coax with water in a basin behind the shed, where the wall is cool and the goat cannot interrupt with advice. The shed itself gives off an elder smell, not just wood and damp, but the layered breath of 100 days like this one, a smell you carry in your hair and your shirt and the folds of your shoulders so that when you lie down later, the bed will inhale your story, and the rat below will move more quietly, as if soothed by familiarity. The sun climbs with that bland determination you have learned to admire from a distance, and its weight lies across the kiln like a second worker, unhelpful but persuasive. You plan your movements in small pieces because small pieces are what survive heat, and you step to the basin where tools soak, lift out the long-handled rake with its teeth blunted by yesterday's honesty, and return to draw the floor smooth, the handle set against your hip so the work flows through bone and not muscle alone. Salt tracks the lines of your ribs and gathers in the gate of the elbow where it will crystallize later into a map that no one reads but you. And when a gust brings the yard's ash back onto your skin, you accept the new layer like another chapter being written without your consent, which is most chapters. There is always a moment when the day's bite feels personal, when dust and heat and the steady thrift of the work seem to test your worth like a magistrate with too many petitions, and you stand in it as you would stand in rough surf, knees a little bent, thoughts made low and broad, face turned so the sting spreads and loses focus, remembering that this bite will become strength once it meets water, that quarrels turn to handshake after sense prevails, that there is a kind of planned hurt that teaches structures how to hold and hold and hold. You take a slow drink from the skin, and it tastes of leather and river and a shadow of yesterday's ash, which is not as bad as it sounds, and you laugh without sound, because the goat, watching from the fence, appears to nod at your technique in the way a seasoned foreman nods when a young worker finally embraces the boredom necessary to do anything worth doing. In the resting noon, when the air sags and the kiln settles into a breathing meant to last, you sit in the patch of shade that has negotiated one more hour with the sun, and chew bread that gives generously of crumbs and little else, and a smear of olive that pretends at kindness. And the crumbs fall into the dust and become part of a future mortar in the only way they know how, which is to disappear. Your back leans against a stack of shells that whisper of old water and newer fire, and your eyes explore the faint glitter where heat dances above the vent and makes the world briefly ripple like memory seen from a long distance. The neighbor's cough at last takes a nap. Your sibling turns and sighs from the other side of the thin wall, as if the day has presented yet another list of obligations to decline. The rat, convinced of citizenship, tries a daring route and retreats, chastened but unashamed. The afternoon belongs to the patient rearranging of what the morning raised. You pull the glowing mouth open to feed small, steady offerings of wood. You slide iron across iron and listen to the way the flame's tone changes as the kiln votes on your decision. You step back from the heat's reaching hand, and then forward again when it forgets its manners. And you keep your temper soft, because hard tempers make hard mistakes. When a gust sneaks through the yard and lifts a sheet of ash into the shape of a tired ghost, you stand still and let it pass around you, because the only wise thing to do with ghosts is let them finish their idea. You mark a small set of signs on the wax tablet, and the reed pen leaves dark strokes that pretend to be certain, a gentle accounting that will remind you at dusk which mouth to close first, which bed of coals to spread, which vent needs a pebble to speak more quietly. The long ache in your shoulders becomes an old companion by late day, and you lean into it the way a person leans into a hard wind, not to defeat it, but to share its direction. And there is a quiet humor in the way your body learns the yard's grammar more quickly than your mind, saving you from yourself while pretending it is simply tired. In the shed, you prepare basins for the evening's careful baptism, but you do not rush the meeting of powder and water, because haste is the enemy of unions that must last. Still, you set the amphora with its narrow lip, where your hand will find it without looking, and you ready a paddle with edges worn smoother than self-respect, and you fold cloth over your mouth again because you have learned and relearned that learning is not a possession but a task. Dusk folds slowly over the yard like a heavy blanket aired on a line, bringing with it a breathable kindness and a sigh from every brick, every length of rope, every board that has held heat all day and is relieved to give it back. You close the kiln mouths one by one, lowering iron lids like the eyelids of someone who trusts you, pillowing ash over the glowing cores so their talking becomes murmuring, and then whisper, and then something lower than sound. You rake the floor once more, and the dust lifts with one last delicate sting and settles as if it has come to terms with the day, and you brush your hands against your trousers, and your palms leave chalk-white petals you will wear home like a secret ceremony. In the yard's soft dark, the goat lies down without asking permission. The rat perhaps emboldened by the thickening air, drags a proud prize exactly the width of a finger, and disappears with it, vanishing into geometry. You gather the sacks that took the morning's bite and were promised the evening's drink, and though you could do the whole ritual tonight, you do not, because the body you know has limits, and the night you trust has patience, and you are building something that will not forgive your fatigue. So you nod to the basins as to friends who have agreed to meet you in the cool hour before dawn. The neighbor coughs again in a way that sounds like congratulations. Your sibling stirs and mutters a sentence with no nouns. A dog somewhere makes a remark about the moon and then forgets the topic. You ease the shovel against the wall with the respect owed to a partner that has tolerated your moods, and its iron lip answers with a soft, tired kiss against stone. When you step back through the narrow gate, the air beyond the yard tastes thin and plain and like mercy. The path home carries its usual small ambushes of sand and pebble, and a route that refuses promotion, and your feet accept every instruction without complaint because the day has taught them humility. In the doorway, you shrug out of the dust like an extra skin, leaving a pale ring on the threshold you will sweep tomorrow, not because it matters to anyone else, but because it will matter to your morning. You lay the reed and the tablet under the low shelf, where the rat cannot draft revisions, and you rinse your mouth with a cautious swallow that tastes faintly of lime and heavily of relief. Inside, the room finds its own level around you, cooler near the floor, warmer near the roof, the air sweet with old smoke and the human salt that collects on nights when everything has been ordinary and difficult. Your shoulders loosen and remember how to belong to a spine. Your hands, crossed at the middle, finally admit their trembling, and then, discovering no one is watching, stop. Outside, the kilns keep their slow counsel under sealed lids, breathing just enough to remind the yard that tomorrow's bite is already turning toward healing, that quarrels can end in a handshake if both sides agree to be tired at the same time. A moth circles the lamp and thuds once against the wall like a forgotten thought, and the powder you carry on your skin cools into its quiet, pale disguise, until all that remains is a thin tick from the stove as it settles, and then the softer, almost not there hush of ash surrendering to night. After the kilns were sealed, and their throats learned a slower breath, after the last rake left pale comb marks on the floor that would not matter to anyone but you, the night pressed its cool palm over the yard, and the powder on your skin turned from bite to quiet. In that softened edge of morning, when the memory of heat still hummed in your bones, and the goat dozed like a folded coat against the fence, you heard the low thud of hull against piling, and understood that another labor had come across the water to meet you. You walked toward the quay with the unhurried gait of a body that bargains with each step, the way a careful merchant counts small coins before surrendering them. And the light is the color of grain soaking in a basin, patient and a little cloudy. Tar breathes from the mooring ropes in slow, sticky sighs, and wet timber gives off the honest smell of its long soaking, and between the gull's opinionated circles and the river's practiced shrug, you find your place at the edge where work begins, where bales wrapped in brown cloth and tied with cord sit like obedient animals, damp at the corners marked by travel and salt and other hands who have already forgotten them. The porters speak with their backs and their knees, not their mouths, and the rhythm of their effort is a music you do not control, but you fold yourself into it because that is how things move from ship to shore, from request to reply, from plan to something heavy in the hands. You accept a bale and test its surprise, the way its weight plays a modest trick, light at first lift, and then dense when you hold it near, as if the cloth had learned to borrow mass from the attention of your arms. The cord bites your palm with the small sharp teeth of old hemp, and your shoulder hums like a string pegged too tight. And you set the bundle down with a knee to guide it, a breath to thank it, and a square of silence to remind yourself that this is the powder that traveled farther than you likely ever will, carried by swells you only see from land, collected from a place whose wind you will never taste except in this small dust. The neighbor coughs behind a warehouse wall with punctual loyalty, the same 3 notes as always, and your sibling, you imagine, turns in sleep on a mat that keeps sand as if it were an heirloom. Under the key, a rat tries to compose a plan that involves the bales, and then gives up, knowing that plans involving you rarely succeed on the first day. You slit the cord with the same knife that once corrected a stubborn rope, and once, unhelpfully, corrected a finger, and the knot loosens in a quiet, elderly way, almost thankful. The cloth peels back, and ash answers the air with the delicate lift of breath you feel rather than see. And you pinch a pinch the way you might taste unfamiliar spice, cautious, curious, prepared to forgive and to remember, and the grains fall through your skin like a story told by someone who keeps skipping the parts about themselves, fine enough to forget where one fragment ends and another begins, smelling faintly of rain that has not yet chosen a roof, and of craters that never asked for names. Someone nearby jokes that you are building with smoke, and you smile without turning, because smoke might be the one thing the sea cannot drown, and because it pleases you to imagine a harbor knitted from the mountain's breath and the sea's refusal. A small, stubborn agreement between 2 enormous, tired beings who would rather not be asked for anything. You tilt your hand and watch the ash gather into a soft cone, the slope crisp, the footprint anonymous, and your thumb leaves a channel that collapses neatly after a very brief consideration of staying upright. You think of room corners and roof beams and all the edges that hunger for such obedience, and you do not hurry the thought, because hurrying begins accidents, and accidents, like spirits, are hard to uninvite once they have learned the way to your door. Across the yard, the goat watches in that dry, supervisory fashion that pretends to be boredom and is actually a kind of inventory. It will try the cord later, undeniably, because cord is a subject the goat revisits the way a clerk revisits a favorite law, not for its surprise, but for its certainty. You measure without calling it measurement, turning the cloth in your body into a scale that has only ever been accurate for you. You lift a second bale and a third, and you stack them in a modest wall that refuses grand gestures and asks only to stay dry, elevated fingers of planks set to keep ground damp from giving clever lessons. With the butt of your palm, you press the cloth flat where it puckers, and the old creases lie back down like children finally convinced to sleep. The sun shakes its dusty blanket a little higher in the sky, and the smell of rope grows rounder. And out on the water, the gulls discover a theological point and argue graciously and at length. Your humor arrives like a moth and leaves like one, silent and a little foolish, as you think that if mountains knew where their breath ended up, they might charge a fair price, or perhaps send a clerk to audit your piles and find them wanting. You work in the wind's small negotiations, turning your face with each gust so that the ash travels across your cheekbones and not into your open mouth, because the mouth has complaints enough. It dusts your eyelashes until the day becomes briefly softer at the edges, and your skin recognizes in this new texture an old friend, like the first chill in early rain, when you have known the goat long enough to be unsurprised by its opinions. You breathe through your cloth, the way you learned to breathe near the kiln, and feel the sting that is not hostility, but instruction, and when it settles, It leaves behind a taste like distant stone and nearer river, and you decide without ceremony that you can keep that taste for a while, and nothing terrible will happen. In the shade of a leaning wall, you open a shallow basin and let a few handfuls fall to test their courage. They land with a small, unambitious sound and lie there as if they have never moved in their lives. And you touch the surface with the side of your hand, smoothing it as though calming an infant thought, and the fineness agrees to lie exactly where it is placed. No argument, no show of independence, and you approve of this personality because you are tired of elements that require persuasion. Not far off, a water jar sweats down its side and draws a dark shape on the wood beneath. And you look at that traveling shadow without moving, because you know that later, when the evening takes back the light it loaned you, the jar will still be there, and the shadow will have written its entire day in a few inches of stain that no one but you will read. You pull a cloth over your hair, because a day in ash reminds the scalp of every foolish promise it has ever made, and begin to write quiet marks with your reed on the wax that lives in your pocket, counting bales with the lazy honesty of a person who knows too well how many they will carry before the sun surrenders. The reed scratches with a sound like mice discussing philosophy, and the numbers arrange themselves with a civility that paper never provides, and you feel the little weight of the tablet against your palm like a cat that has chosen you without saying so. A crate shifts and settles. A trunk creaks in its own dialect. The shore mumbles into the piles, and beyond all of it, the sea continues its one long sentence, unbroken, comma after comma, never a full stop, as if it had learned something about patience long before anyone asked for a harbor. There is a dry humor to this powder that traveled, you think, because it pretends to be nothing while promising to be everything. It sits without complaint and asks for nothing but company and the absence of rain. And when it finally meets the wet and the bite you already carry in sacks behind the shed, it will stiffen into a kind of word you can walk on, a word that says stay in a language waves understand only reluctantly. You allow yourself that thought, no more, because hope behaves better in small servings. You let it melt on the tongue and then pass, and you return to the loop of lift and set, slide and stack. The cord that leaves your palm marked like a little river delta, the shoulder that rediscovers its hinge with each bale, the breath that learns to occupy the body instead of trying to escape it. Midday comes like a tired supervisor rather than a king, and you sit with your back to the bales in the thin stripe of shade a wavering shed insists on offering, and bread tastes like the plain apology you expected, and olives offer a small, convincing kindness that does not survive long. Salt finds the crease of your lips and sets up home without paying rent. The wind shifts enough to send a curl of ash over your knees, and the dust chooses your skin as if it were returning to its birthplace. And you let it stay, because you are past the vanity of resisting what will occur regardless. From the lane behind you, a child's laugh tilts like a dropped spoon, and then is gone. The neighbor coughs, less theatrically now, as if negotiating a truce. The goat chews a corner of rope with the sober joy of a scholar revisiting a beloved text. And under the floor, the rat makes a tiny, decisive tear in a sack that contains only pebbles, cursing the limits of its research. When the slow light turns from wheat to old bronze, you begin the evening's pilgrimage from key to shed, shoulders warmed to a tolerable ache, feet saying little, hands conversing in small, throbbed monosyllables. There is an art to carrying that you finally admit you learned late. The art that says the body may be stubborn, but the load prefers persuasion, and so you coax it from height to height, plank to plank, into a dry room that smells of cloth and stale smoke and the promise of tomorrow. You place the bales in an order that will mean nothing to anyone else and everything to you in the pre-dawn when the air is still and honest. You tuck the corners under, fussing like a seamstress who has made peace with the little vanity of neatness. And you lay a sheet of canvas across the top to turn traveling ash into staying ash, because what travels and what stays are never the same thing, even when the world insists otherwise. You stand in the shed doorway and look at the gentle wall you built from the mountain's breath, and your humor returns as thin as a reed and just as useful. You think again of building with smoke, with the ash of vanished fire, and the patience of uncompelled water, and it pleases you that the sea, which drowns everything it can reach, might be asked to cradle what once rose to the sky in temper and thunder. Perhaps everything that shouts ends up whispering into usefulness if given enough distance and enough hands that choose boredom over bravery. You pull the door nearly shut, leaving the small crack that lets air and fortune believe they have been consulted, and you tie the cord high where the goat cannot reach, though the goat considers ladders a personal insult and might invent one if you leave it too long. The path back across the yard lifts small ghosts from your steps, and you do not chase them because what the day shook loose belongs to dusk now. Your fingers, grainy with ash, find your eyes and draw soft lines that the skin accepts without complaint, a gray that tastes of stone and distant thunder. You look toward the water, and it is both the same and not the same, as it is every hour, and the gulls are less certain now, as they are every evening. And a dog remarks on the moon just once, and then dismisses the topic with professional restraint. You set the reed and wax beneath the shelf where the rat cannot enroll in literacy. You rinse your mouth with a sip that carries the faintest grit, like a sharpened memory, and you sit on the low step where the day pools, letting your knees turn into listening. Inside, a sibling turns on the mat and speaks a word that has lost its verb. A cup settles on wood with a click that declares itself the last responsibility of the hour. The neighbor coughs one final time, a receipt rather than an argument. And out in the lane, someone drags a bundle that refuses to be defined and finally gives in with a sound like a tired curtain. You lean your head back and imagine the bales sleeping in their shed, dreaming of hills they left behind and roofs they have not yet met, and you decide it is permissible to be kind to powder, because powder will be asked to be kind to you and to ships, and to nights that require more than patience. When darkness folds the edges, and the air tastes slightly of wool and slightly of iron, you let your hands settle where they fall, and you feel the fine grit in the lines of your palms, like the memory of snow that never belonged here. And you listen for the faintest workings, the soft complaint of a rope relaxing its twist, the slow exhale of the sea resisting sleep as always, the ash within the bales adjusting to the quiet like a creature learning a new room. Then the sounds thin and flatten and drift until the last thing left is the hush of powder settling inside cloth, grain against grain, a soft, continuous whisper that goes on long after you stop needing to hear it. After the ash settled into its canvas hush and the shed door accepted its evening knot, after the goat lost interest in rope law and the neighbor's cough filed its last paperwork with the dusk, you felt the shore suggest a different labor, one with the mild scent of resin and the old argument of wood and water, and your feet went of their own accord toward the yard, where timbers waited like long sleeping thoughts that would wake only when touched by a blade. The wood has a mood you have learned to meet without vanity, a grain that runs like a stubborn river under the bark and resents quick decisions. You stand with your hand on the first plank, counting knotholes like years, and listening for the quiet joke inside the fibers, because some boards truly wish to be a bench or a door, and you will not be the fool who tries to make a door lie down in the sea. The plane rests in your palm with a trust you have earned by repetition rather than talent, and when you tip it forward and pull, the mouth speaks in low shavings that fold back on themselves like sleepy fish, pale and thin and forgiving, and the plank answers in an even whisper that pleases the ear in ways the body cannot explain. In the corner, a pot of pitch leans toward a small coal bed and considers its future, and you pretend not to notice, because pitch likes to be courted, not commanded, and the day will be less difficult if every substance is flattered into cooperation. Timber frames rise in the yard like gentle ladders laid sideways, each rung a promise that will first float, and then, with a modest surrender, accept the long descent to the bed where all arguments end. You set two lengths parallel, and lay cross members with the particular care of a person making a pallet for an elderly relative, knowing the sea is not a relative, and will never send thanks. The mallet speaks in patient syllables against dowel ends, once and twice, then again, the sound going through your palm into the meat of your forearm, as if to say, slowly, slowly. This is the only speed we have that does not break things. You drill by feel, the burr scratching its old tune, and turn the wrist just enough to keep the hole honest. In goes the dowel, well fitted, shaved to the right shyness, grain aligned out of respect rather than science, and you test it once with a tug and a twist, and then again, because the sea does not sign for deliveries and returns nothing in its original condition. You move along the seam with a brush that used to be a broom and will happily be a rag when this life is done. The pitch, stirred into a sleepy willingness, threads from the bristles like warm honey that once imagined itself a tree, and you lay it into the evidence of your joints with a tenderness you reserve for edges and failures. Heat softens not just the resin but your stubbornness, and the faint medicinal sweetness floats into the air and argues gently with the salt, and your nose remembers other rooms, other nights, the kiln's dry tongue, the ashes whispering patience, the way everything that bites also heals if given enough time and water. You rub the seam with a rapt finger, not because it changes anything, but because the body insists on pressing reassurance into what it hopes to trust, and the skin comes away glazed and gritty, the color of old bronze with the faintest sparkle that the gulls would steal if they cared about anything but wind. From the house near the lane comes the sound of your sibling turning on the mat, a small sentence without a verb, and you pause to let their dream pass across the yard so it will not trip on your boards. The neighbor, punctual as tide, coughs into his morning and misplaces the end of it for a moment before finding it again with a little laugh you cannot hear, but you know is there. Beneath the floorboards of the shed, a rat makes an editorial correction to a sack that contains only pebbles, and you respect the rat's commitment to process even when the outcome is disappointing. The goat leans on the fence post as though it were a friend or an accomplice, and regards your frame with the flat authority of someone who has watched humans build many, many things and is prepared to be underwhelmed. These presences keep the day from pretending to be larger than it is. They hold the edges so the middle can stay calm. You lay your body across the work without asking it to be heroic. The shoulders complain in a familiar dialect that does not require translation. The back shapes itself around the plank like a river around a stone, and the wrists, those small negotiators, permit another hour of persuasion in exchange for the promise of cool water and an unremarkable meal. You guide the square against the edge and watch the line behave, steady and unwilling to invent surprises. You mark each mortise with a cut so modest a passing breeze could erase it. But the breeze has other business, and your marks survive to become cavities where dowels will live like pleasant tenants who never lose the rent or rearrange the chairs. The plane returns to its lane, smoother now, easier, and the shavings drift down to gather at your feet like a pale, curled tide line that some unseen child will press into doll pillows when no one is looking. At the basin's lip, you coax the frame toward water with the unshowy patience of a person who has argued with gravity long enough to know it never changes its mind. Ropes go over shoulders and across hips and into hands, and you feel each fiber ask to be believed. So you believe it. And the day slides forward a little, like a stubborn drawer, finally remembering how to be furniture. The first kiss of water against pitch sounds like an old shoe making peace with a floor, and the frame shoulders itself onto the surface with a small ceremony of bubbles that climb and pop like apologies. And for a brief, generous moment, the whole contraption is lighter than your doubt, kinder than your caution. You lean, just enough to hear if there are words trapped in the wood, and the frame tells you, in that shy way boards confess after a long day, where the next seam needs a touch, where the dowel wants another nudge, where your hand forgot a fraction and will pay for it if it goes uncorrected. You check each dowel twice, and then you check them again, because repetition is the only prayer you have ever understood. The mallet does not tire of its vocabulary, and your ear learns the difference between yes and almost, between not yet and now. And the little circle of sound that blooms around each strike is never dramatic, just honest, like rain on clay. A low cloud crosses your shoulder in the shape of fatigue and keeps going, deciding you are not especially interesting. The sun attends to other workers in other yards. The breeze experiments with your hair and finds it a dull subject. The pitch, left to itself, gains a skin that will crack if you speak sharply to it. So you keep your language kind and your brush warm. And the seam accepts the correction with the grace of someone who expected to be scolded and instead was fed. The day stretches in the way days do when every action repeats with slight, important differences. You lift and set, brace and ease, mark and rub, and the nuisance in your lower back becomes a form of weather that can be planned around. You drink from a jar whose coolness carries the faint grit of the yard and the aftertaste of patience. The bread arrives from a pocket with its good, dry honesty. An olive rolls to the edge of a plank and waits to be found by luck rather than design. Your tongue collects resin and salt in a compromise that neither enjoys and both tolerate. Gulls practice their depositions on the lamppost and argue a point of law only they understand. A thin cat declines to be involved and makes that refusal clear by sitting exactly where it would be most inconvenient for you to wish it were not. The goat discovers the theological failure of a new knot and registers an appeal, which you ignore. The second frame follows the first into water, not as brave, a little suspicious, edging down the timbers with that shy tilt the young adopt when they are unwilling to admit curiosity. You lower it with your breath held, not because it helps, but because the body insists, and when it floats level, you let the breath out through your teeth in a polite, private way, so no one will accuse you of satisfaction. The basin gathers both structures, their shadows crossing like quiet oars. You listen to the tiny communications at each seam, the faint, wet chatter that will become silence if you do your work and grumbling if you do not. And you prefer silence, not because you are virtuous, but because grumbling multiplies faster than you can count it. A finger finds a smear of pitch and refuses to let go. A wrist pops and feels better. A knee reminds you that it has been doing this since before you had the manners to say thank you. By late light, the yard wants to empty itself of tasks, and you assist in this respectable ambition by coiling ropes into patient sleeping snakes and stacking the planes on their sides so their mouths do not bite the table in their sleep. You lift the mallet and are surprised again by how the weight returns perfectly to your hand. Like a bird that has learned your wrist is a branch, and you slide it under the bench where the rat cannot lecture it about storage philosophy. You lay a cloth over the pitch so dust will not choose it as a home. You fuss a little too long with a seam that is already fine, just to give the mind something to polish. And you put your ear to the plank and hear the small inside sounds of wood remembering the tree. The slow, polite creak that is neither complaint nor praise, but the mere act of continuing. You allow yourself the dry humor that has kept you intact, that you are building furniture for the sea, wardrobes and tables it will never wear or set with cups, and that you are, in your quiet way, a tailor stitching a suit the water will try on once and keep forever, without mentioning whether it fits. That you are hand-delivering a gift to a client who does not sign receipts, will not send letters, and will return your package remodeled according to a taste for pressure and sand. This amuses you the way a mild fever amuses a stoic. It gives the day a different temperature without changing its duties, and you keep your hands moving because humor, like pitch, cools quickly if left alone. The evening gathers itself along the edge of the basin, laying out its slow silvers and its tired blues. You ease the frames against the pilings and let the ropes take the gossiping strain. A bubble works free from a seam and confesses itself against the plank with the smallest kiss. A plane's last skate hushes to nothing beneath your palm. A gull, deciding the legal question has been sufficiently deliberated, carries the verdict toward the long light and loses interest halfway. In the house, your sibling mutters a name that does not belong to anyone present and quiets. The neighbor relocates his cough to the courtyard, where its echo will be gentler. The goat finally accepts the day's knot as an article of faith and faces east for reasons it has no intention of sharing. You stand with your hands open to the resin wind and the salt, letting both settle where they want on the geography of your skin. Your knuckles glow with their small, honest heat. Your palms validate their long negotiation with dowel, rope, and tool. Your shoulders compost the ache into something the night can use. You look once more at the ladders laid sideways, those patient cabinets for stone and intention, and you tell them nothing because they already know everything you know and will learn everything you cannot. You only touch them with 2 fingers, a farewell that never admits itself as such, and the wood, still warm at the seams, gives back a tiny, almost imagined beat. Then you leave the yard as slowly as the day leaves you, closing the gate without making it a statement, letting the latch find its seat with the humility of a small stone returning to the path. The basin receives the frames and tucks them under a thin, obedient skin. The ropes shift and decide to be still. The pitch sets one more imperceptible fraction, and from far outside the yard, the sea draws a breath large enough to include everything and lets it out against the piles in a long, even hush that belongs to no one, and comforts everyone who happens to be listening. After the yard exhaled its resin breath and the frames accepted last night's small forgiveness, after the planes were laid on their sides like tired fish, and the rat finished its quiet survey of sacks that contained more hope than grain, you kept the habit of breathing the same way the basin breathed, long and level, and let the shore tell you what sort of day it intended. Not because you trusted it to be kind, but because you were tired of arguing with elements that never change their answers. You push the caisson with your shoulder, with your hip, with that old hinge of the back that has memorized both complaint and compliance. And the box slides on rollers until the rollers remember they are supposed to float. Then wood kisses water with a patient sound, and the whole shape rides its own reflection. Two bodies joined at the seam of light, both of them yours to shepherd, neither of them yours to keep. Ropes tug in plain phrases that your palms translate into sting and heat, tar and salt pairing on the skin. In the marriage you did not ask for, but cannot annul. Knots that you tied with a care bordering on superstition hold like small, stubborn prayers that have learned not to expect miracles, only adherence. Oars thud a steady rhythm from the boat that has agreed to be your beast of burden. Each stroke a slow drum in the chest, a reminder that time is made of repetitions. The sun climbs without enthusiasm and turns the basin the color of beaten bronze, not shining exactly, but thoughtful, as if the water were remembering other metals it once wore. As the tow line tightens, there is the specific weight of every guess you made over wax and straight edge, every line you loved too quickly, every curve you convinced yourself was honest. Those guesses arrive one by one and sit on your shoulders as neatly as gulls on a parapet, and you do not wave them off because it is too late for ceremony. The caisson floats with the fragile confidence of a young ox led to its first field, and you walk the gunwale with the balanced caution of someone who has learned that walking on water is merely walking on wood that would prefer to be water. The rope around your waist hums a little tune that has no melody, only tension, and your fingers negotiate grain and tear in a language the mind does not trouble itself to understand. Somewhere behind a wall, the neighbor coughs with bureaucratic regularity, stamping the hour on the morning with a tone that says nothing, except that the body continues. Beneath the floor, the rat files a complaint about your storage practices, though you never read it. On the hill, the goat practices a look that suggests it has seen harbors come and go and remains unimpressed, a dry opinion you secretly share. From the house, a soft sound, like a name without vowels, drifts across the air where your sibling sleeps, and you think of the mat that never stays flat, the cup with the crack that refuses to leak, the way mornings invent their own mercy if you let them. The boat noses forward, oars biting and releasing with the gravity of a metronome that refuses to judge. The tow line stretches into a long, visible decision, and you watch the line right itself across the surface where small ripples fail to erase it. The caisson follows with the obedience of something too new to know disobedience, and when the wind leans a shoulder into the box, you lean back with your shoulder, not to conquer, just to correct, a series of tiny courtesies exchanged between two stubborn creatures with no time for drama. The mouth tastes bronze and rope. The tongue finds grit the way it always does. The lips keep their counsel. Your mind, that tired clerk of numbers, assembles and reassembles the distances you drew at the board, the angles you measured with your best eye, while the candle insisted on dripping in precisely the wrong spot. The sea, acting as your soft-spoken auditor, refuses to comment, which is its cruelest kindness. Out beyond the quay, the light deepens, as if color were a liquid poured into a bowl and left to settle. You feel the long strength of the toe in your back, and let that feeling name the hour, because you have given up on sundials and bells. The oarlocks click and hush, click and hush. The hull mutters private oaths to the small waves that slap without commitment. An old rope slithers under your foot, and then, reconsidering, behaves. You think of the first time you sketched this curve with a dull stylus and believed it might cradle sleep for strangers. Remembered nights when you told your body that the sea would be kind if you were careful, and how your body, too experienced to argue, accepted the assignment without respect. Dry humor comes like a thin breeze. You imagine the sea as a tedious accountant, cross-checking your sums, and circling the error in red ink that will only reveal itself when the box decides not to be a box anymore. You bow to the thought and keep your hands moving. Because politeness is free and sometimes it works. The markers you planted yesterday, more whispers than markers, glimmer under the surface with the faint stubbornness of ideas that would rather be fact. The line between them is not a line, but you pretend it is, because pretending keeps the day straight. You let the towboat ease your load into that suggestion of a channel, and as the caisson begins to sit lower, not alarmingly, just definitively, you give the signal your hands know better than your mouth, and stones begin to arrive one by one, not thrown, not dropped, simply persuaded to leave air for water. Each arrival is a dull conversation with gravity. Each landing is a brief, intimate argument between intention and mud. Bubbles climb in strings like shy confessions and break against the side without ceremony. The world narrows to the diameter of the rope in your fist and widens to the reach of the basin at the same time, and you stand where both truths overlap, which is where a life often insists on being lived. You do not announce anything to the water or the wood. You sink by increments the way sleep sinks a tired mind, with small concessions and a mutual agreement to stop negotiating. The caisson accepts its purpose without applauding your design. Wet wood gives off a smell that used to be forest, and is now a polite letter addressed to your nostrils. Pitch releases the lowest note it knows. Your shirt adopts the damp and promises to return it later. Your knuckles bloom with that clean ache that does not ask for pity, only repetition. With every stone the box settles itself, adjusting like someone finding the cool part of a pillow. Your knees speak up, but their grammar is old, and you respect it. Your shoulders, those relentless bureaucrats, stamp each motion with approval and move on to the next file. You keep your eyes level with the line you set on the post because looking down is useless and looking up is dangerous. The sun goes about its business. A gull loses interest in you and discovers a more interesting argument elsewhere. A breeze that cannot make up its mind decides to involve your hair in a minor way and, finding no entertainment, withdraws. When the first touch of bottom happens, you feel it in your ankles before your hands know. A certain hush passing through the frame. A private lowering of the voice that wood uses when it reaches a point beyond which float is no longer honest. Silt lifts like a thin veil and trails away with leftover dignity. A crab, having no patience for civil engineering, registers an objection and leaves without waiting for a ruling. To the west, a small chop rehearses disappointment and then thinks better of it. You loosen a fraction, the line that has been singing against your hip, and listen for the grievances a frame might file if it were allowed to be petty. You hear none that cannot be handled with patience and weight. Your throat tastes like old coins. Your tongue is a ledger of salt and dust. Your breath forgets to be interesting and becomes mere breath again, which is the condition you prefer. The powder that traveled across water to meet the thirst of stone waits in its sacks like shy guests at the edge of a floor. You slit the cord and dip a hand because your hands have always been your measure. Not because they are trustworthy, but because they are yours. And the fine grit accepts your skin without affection, as though you had asked for too many favors in the past and were asking again. The stuff becomes its future the instant it touches the basin, greedy and generous at once, the way some people forgive in the same breath they accuse. You ease it where it must go with a scoop and a flat board and the careful contempt of someone who has cleaned too many floors to be sentimental about a slurry. It laps, it sighs, it pretends to be disorganized, and then reveals it was organized all along. Your wrists learn the weight. Your elbows memorize the reach. Your back writes a long letter of complaint and seals it with a shrug. Waiting is the hardest craft because it tells the truth about your guesses, and you practice it without flourish. A statue with salt at the corners of the eyes. You hear the towboat drift to a slow drift, oars resting like tired beasts, the quiet of men pretending not to be bored. You hear the neighbor's cough move into its evening register. The rat, having completed its critique of your sacks, interviews a coil of rope and finds it uneventful. A fly attempts to turn your ear into a tavern and is denied entry by the strictest of gestures. The goat, satisfied that events have performed to a reasonable standard, lowers its head and chews an opinion into silence. Your mouth, having nothing better to do, stages an inventory. A crust of bread that has decided to be faithful rather than tasty. A half fig that tastes of yesterday's promise and today's dust. A swallow from the jar that returns to you in the voice of clay. Dry humor comes by again, and you let it sit. You think that if this all fails, the sea will not say, "I told you so." It will simply continue being vast at you, which is worse, and therefore funny. You test the lines you set on the stakes, and they meet you without argument. The bubble strings thin themselves into occasional punctuation. The seam songs turn to murmurs. The box relaxes just enough to be called settled by a polite person who does not enjoy adjectives. You tap a corner with the handle of the scoop not to change anything but to hear the answer. A small wooden syllable that says, "The day is allowed to continue." You answer with a smaller syllable because it feels right. You pull the wedges where they should go, lean a shoulder where shoulders are welcome, shave a useless sliver from a doubt and flick it away. Nothing dramatic becomes true, which is the best news the day can offer. Your hands, sticky with the evidence of your intention, become part of your pockets. Your eyes locate the horizon, because they are always doing that. Your knees discover the practice of standing still. When you are sure in the way people become sure, by boredom rather than revelation, you coil the towel line in loops that remember your wrist, and lay each loop where it will not offend tomorrow. You wipe your fingers on a rag that smells like a previous life. You place the scoop where you will forget it and find it again in a small moment of undeserved happiness. You stand, and the world rises slightly to meet you, because fatigue is generous when asked to participate. The boat that pulled for you turns its mind toward shore and attends to you only insofar as you are a knot to be untied. Your body recognizes its edges, a reminder that you do not go on forever. You look at the bronze water, and it refuses to look back. This, too, is kindly. You allow yourself the last inventory before you turn, the caisson quiet and heavy in its new honesty, the oars set like folded wings, the sacks slack and pleased with their reduction, the light flattening into an afterthought that will take hours to fade, the gull that cannot be bothered to declare victory, the goat, now certain it knew all of this would happen, repositioning its certainty, the rat, satisfied to have been present for something and therefore important, your sibling, somewhere behind a wall, turning in sleep as if adjusting a map. The neighbor, clearing his throat as if to begin a story he will never tell. You lift your hand for no reason, but to feel the air occupy the spaces between your fingers, and the air cooperates. Then you step back from the edge with the exaggerated care of a person carrying water in a shallow dish, though your hands are empty. The rope gives one last whisper against wood and chooses silence. The basin folds its light and places it somewhere safe for the night. and the day slides closed on the soft hinge of small sounds. Oarlocks settling, a gull's single note, a drip from your sleeve finding the plank, until everything becomes the long, even breath of water against wood again. After the oarlocks settled and the last drip found the plank, the morning thinned itself into a usable quiet, the kind that does not brag about calm, but lends it. And you took that loan with the same gratitude you save for a crust that arrives unbroken. You choose the hour when the surface wears its pearl gray without ornament, the light neither scolding nor promising, the small chop asleep against the rocks, and you let the skiff's hull whisper over the basin until stakes you planted yesterday become gentle dark smudges below. Not lines, not numbers, only the suggestion of where certainty ought to live. The divers sit easy at first, trying not to announce their shiver, their shoulders freckled with last week's sun and today's impatience, their chests rigged to that old metronome that knows how to bargain with water. You hand them the line that loves to tangle, the stone that believes in gravity more than you ever did, the gourd with a mouthful of air that means nothing and everything, and you count your own breath while theirs climbs to meet it, long and narrow, unhurrying, the way a rumor becomes a season. When they slide into the gray, they do not splash, because splash is vanity, and vanity has no business under a weight. They slide like decisions, quiet and final, and the sea folds around them so politely you cannot hold it against her. Your hands go to the gunwale and stay there, not to help and not to pray, only because wood steadies when bone refuses to, and you count beats that do not belong to a clock, just the soft thump behind your ribs, the small hoof of the goat up on the hill changing position as if to observe procedure, the neighbor's morning cough arriving across water with municipal authority, the rat beneath the floor adjusting its opinion of your rope storage. The skiff rocks a little, not to unsettle, but to remind you that stillness is rented by the minute, and your knees accept the fee. The first hand breaks the surface like a slow plant reaching for a window, not dramatic, only sure. Fingers spreading into the sign you agreed on when talking was too heavy for this hour. The palm describing a flatness you can feel in your teeth, then another hand, and you let the counted beats dissolve because the count is over for now. When the head appears, hair slicked dark and long with brine and the fine green smell of algae that clings the way remembered shame clings, persistent, honest. You tilt your own head the way you do when a beam answers true, and you let the relief arrive like a chair straightened under you at the last moment. The grin is not triumph. It is the practical grin of someone who has found the bottom where you said the bottom would be, and who will not mention the one time last spring when the bottom wandered off without telling you. The grin nods, and the nod says, continue. They climb in with the clumsy grace that cold gives to the best bodies, hands flat on the gunwale, feet searching for the thing every foot searches for, and you catch a wrist because the world rewards small courtesies with fewer problems. Their skin carries heat in patches, like embers under ash. Their shoulders shine dull, the way oiled leather shines when the room is honest. Their breath moves fast at first, and then agrees to speak in paragraphs again. You pass the gourd because the mouth needs the ritual of doing something about thirst, even when the something is modest. You rub the line between your fingers and feel where one twist will misbehave after lunch. A gull changes its mind overhead and pretends not to have had one. You keep your humor thin and respectful. You are told by the sea, once again, that your figures might stand if your patience stands first, which is what you suspected and what you needed to hear. The second descent is slower, not because courage falters, but because confidence learns manners. You watch the back bend into water like a reed giving the wind its way, and you track the line running over your knuckles into the soft cool below, where silt keeps its thoughts to itself, and crabs conduct small, disapproving patrols. Your heartbeat resumes its pedestrian work. You count again, not to measure but to remain inside your body, a place that periodically evicts you when the day gets ambitious. From the shore, a thin call slides along the rocks, someone reminding someone else that bread is not self-delivering, and the sound lays itself on the water without insisting, a domestic thread on a public garment. The goat produces a commentary from the hill that sounds like the last word in a debate you were not invited to. Your sibling turns in sleep somewhere behind a wall, and the mat answers with a little sigh, as if agreeing to hold the shape of a body a few breaths longer. The diver's hands appear together this time, level and firm, and when they curl into fists and open again, you feel a small knot loosen below your sternum. A place that knots for everything and unknots for almost nothing. A diligent knot that has kept you alive through winters that sharpened their teeth on the edge of the bed. They point to the left with a flat palm, like a carpenter setting truth on a beam. You nod to yourself and mark the spot with a thought that you will forget later and then remember by smell alone, because the mind is a sloppy archive, but the nose keeps excellent minutes. They disappear again, and you listen for the little string of bubbles that always lie about timing, rising quick when you hope for slow and slow when you cannot bear quick. The bubbles rise in orderly lines as if forming for inspection, a parade of relief disguised as physics, and you let your shoulders drop the height of a knuckle. Hours stretch long and thin, like fishing lines without fish, like promises made to children when the grain runs late. The sun climbs, not eager, not lazy, indifferent in a way you have learned to respect. The water keeps its ash blue and only occasionally remembers to sparkle. The skiff's ribs speak softly when you shift weight, as if to say they are listening. You make small adjustments with the care of a scribe correcting a line without scraping the page, a knot retied with the better hand, a weight moved inward because pride is heavy at the wrong time, a stake tapped with 2 fingers to hear if its voice has changed since dawn. Your palms swell with the fine sting of salt meeting old cuts. Your lower back arranges a protest letter you will not read. Your jaw holds its line like a mason who refuses a shortcut, and through everything your breath ticks on, obedient, a servant who has seen the family through many storms and has the dry humor to prove it. They tell you, with gestures you have practiced in bad weather and good patience, where the footing opens into a small level bed, an underwater meadow trimmed by last night's current, and you measure that claim with the weight of a pebble in your palm and the feeling in your soles when you lean to the same side as the world. You dip your hand into the gray and feel the waiting cold that always lives an inch below courage. You rinse your wrist as if baptizing it for the next imposition. You touch the edge of the caisson where it becomes an intention rather than a thing, and you picture the next pour arriving like rain under the surface, the way late forgiveness arrives where it is needed without applause. You say nothing to the divers because your words are dull tools today and their lungs are busy. You let the work perform the conversation that words would only spoil. Between descents, they sit hunched and steaming lightly, smelling of brine and algae and the crushed green of shore stones, and you share the sort of food that disintegrates honorably, a heel that remembers ovens only faintly, a fruit that admits the existence of sweetness while declining to display it, a handful of nuts that pretend to be small meat. The rat under the floor rearranges a conspiracy of chaff into a bed shaped like your neglect. The neighbor's cough travels into afternoon with the steady professionalism of a tax collector. The goat finds a scrap of shade and lowers its eyelids as if benevolence were simple business. Your sibling's mutter becomes a little laugh that makes no sense, and you forgive it for being private. You study the diver's hands in the way you study shorelines and outcrops, looking for the hairline crack that means delay. You see only the swollen whiteness that comes from water making its usual arguments, and you make a note to pretend not to notice at supper. The last descent of the hour lands the decision. Their hands rise high, flat and parallel, a measured calm in the wrists. And when their faces follow, the relieved grin arrives as a reliable tool, not decoration, a tired geometry that says the bottom stays where you claimed it would, and you let the skiff rock them close until knees and wood shake hands. Hair ropes drip, and the drops mark your foot with little, welcome burns. Their teeth knock once against the lip of a gourd, and then behave. Their chests drift down from storm to weather. Their eyes skim the surface for things that do not require attention, and find none, which is the best luck available. You do not thank anyone aloud. You are grateful in the language of folding a rag properly and setting a scoop where it can be found, of coiling a line in the same direction as yesterday and in the same direction as tomorrow. By the time the gray turns faintly to tin and the swell invents thoughts of afternoon, you have stacked the knowledge gathered underwater with the care you use for coins and grudges, and the skiff noses home not quickly, not slowly, just correctly, while your knees report that they will allow you to stand again tomorrow if you stop asking today. The goat lifts its head to check that events concluded in the only way they ever could have. The neighbor's cough pauses to sip a rinse of quiet. The rat decides to criticize you tomorrow instead. A gull lets go of a high line and writes a crooked letter across the light. You drag your nails lightly along the inner rail to feel the thin salt crust break into powder, a private snowfall on the dark wood, and the scent rises, a clean, tired mineral, into the hour that opens itself like a palm. On shore, the sand reaches for your ankles with its usual petty affection. Your sandals argue with their straps and then concede. Your thighs accept the climb as their business and do not ask to be congratulated. You set the gear away in the uncomplicated order your hands understand when the mind is out of fashion. You hang the rag where wind can make a prayer flag of it. You sort the stones that will be weights tomorrow from the stones that will be memory forever. You let your fingers rest inside the coil of a rope that has behaved today and might behave again. Somewhere behind the wall, your sibling clears their throat into a sleep that refuses to end. Across the alley, someone shakes a blanket that never becomes clean. The goat has forgotten to pretend to know everything and chews with the mild shame of a prophet caught napping. What you keep is ordinary. The feel of hair heavy with brine brushing your forearm when the boat tilted wrong. The press of a wrist bone against your palm. The small turn of a hand that meant level. The way bubbles stitched themselves together into a simple, honest line as if sewing the sea to the work. The long, slow learning that breath is a measure and not a performance. The faint itch of salt drying in the creases where your hands remain hands, even when they try to become rope. You stand just long enough to memorize the pattern of dull light on dull water, that tender bruise of afternoon. And you let the day close its files in your bones without stamping anything final, because nothing is final. And everything is tired. Then, with the skiff tucked to its post and the oars laid like sleeping limbs, with the line turned twice and left neat for the next insistence, with the sacks weighted against a visit from wind that always thinks it is invited. You listen for the last proof that the hour did its work, the far, slow exhale of the basin settling around the new certainty, the tick of a drop from an oar tip finding dry wood, the rough, satisfied breath passing through the nose you did not realize you were holding, until all that remains is the small hush of salt on skin and the almost sound of water smoothing itself flat. After the long breaths beneath the water, after the hands rose and flattened the air to tell you the bottom would hold, after the skiff settled against its post and the last drops stitched themselves into the plank's dark grain, you let that steadiness cross the short strip of sand with you, a traveling quiet that clung to your shoulders the way salt clings to wool, and you brought it to the yard where the trough waited, a simple wooden body prepared to swallow your day and return it changed. You stand there with the stubborn tools of a craft that cares little for manners and everything for patience, the paddle leaning like a tired oar, the buckets nested with a chalky ring around each lip, the sacks slumped like old dogs who have learned that attention is wasted on them, and you press your thumb along the trough's rim to feel the fine splinters polish beneath the skin. A modest exchange, the wood taking a little of you and giving a little of itself. Around you, small lives practice their routines. The rat beneath the floor moves a cache of husks one by one, as if each husk were a title deed. The neighbor clears his throat behind the thin wall in a rhythm that could have been taught in the army. Up the slope, the goat consults the wind and finds it acceptable. And somewhere in a dim corner, your sibling mutters mid-dream, as if revising the day into a version that will be easier to carry. You lift the first sack with the resigned humor of someone who knows that weight never becomes friendship, it just learns your name. And when the mouth opens, you meet the lime with your eyes half-lidded, the way one greets an animal that bites first and apologizes later. The powder falls like a pale weather you invited, soft and treacherous, and the air grows dry in your throat before you speak any word you are not going to say anyway. It lands with a hush that sounds like snow if snow had a memory of summer, piling into a soft hill that slumps and reforms with the slow breath of something considering you. You wipe your palm along your tunic and change nothing. The ash comes next, lighter to lift, heavier to keep, the color of distant rain and the smell of places your feet have never owned. You slit the cord and pinch a little between finger and thumb, and it slides away like talk you meant to hold, but will now forget, coating the fingerprints until your hands look borrowed. When it meets the lime, the two powders fall into each other without ceremony, as if they had rehearsed this meeting long before you found a reason for it, and the surface shifts from one silence to a different and less innocent silence. Pebbles follow, aggregate, but you do not name it anything so proud. It is the broken talk of the shore, rounded by time and stubbornly indifferent to plans, and they clatter into the soft with the calm certainty that nothing smooth stays smooth for long. You give the trough a breath, and it gives one back, a ghost of powder rising to bless your eyelids and sting your tongue, and you consider the first bucket. The seawater glints a little, as if it still believes in shining for its own amusement. It slaps lightly at the wood when you lift it because water prefers to be uncontained. You pour anyway, the stream cutting a narrow canyon through the pale field and pooling in the low, a new wet animal learning its boundaries. A faint joke lands with the bucket and dissolves, not spoken but thought, the kind of gallows humor the day demands. Here is your drink, old friend. Try not to drown. You add another bucket and feel the trough shift a fraction under the load, the way a donkey shifts when it accepts there will be no argument. The paddle enters like an apology and turns like a decision. The first strokes are loose and long, describing circles that have no faith yet, and the powders resist with a dry rasp that finds the back of your throat and rubs. You work slower than pride would like, and faster than the morning deserves, carving arcs through the mass until the colors discover each other and make peace. And the sound changes from dusty whisper to a thick, wet yoke that finds the paddle and clings. Heat blooms without asking permission, a quiet fever that grows from inside the wood and moves into your palms. And you let it, because this is the part where the world burns a little and then forgives. You turn and fold and lift and press, and your shoulders take on the familiar ache that sometimes feels like a set of borrowed wings strapped too tight and used for hauling fish. You scrape the sides with the edge because the sides always think the rules are for other people. You ruin a fingernail without ceremony. You dribble a slow line of seawater to calm a dry streak that wants to hold out. You hitch the trough a hand's width to level the corner that realized it was alive. You bend your head when a gull writes its opinion above, and you ignore it with the practiced grace of one who has been corrected by birds before. The mass thickens into one voice, a low, stubborn voice that speaks through the paddle into your wrists, and you allow yourself the small, mean pleasure of feeling it yield when you ask, knowing it will remember and resist you later, as all strong things do. Heat grows until the boards under your hands are warm the way a sleeping dog is warm, and you test a lump with your thumb, pressing until the surface surrenders a little, and then returns the pressure with a soft refusal. Silky, stubborn, slightly alive. This is the texture that reminds you of bread dough that means to outlast you. Bread that intends to keep its shape long after your own shape has tired of being negotiated. You roll the lump against your palm, and it leaves a fine paste in the lines, mapping a future that does not need your consent. You press a little harder than necessary, because the body enjoys small rebellions when the big ones are impossible. And you find the thumb's edge is clean again, as if the mixture prefers a firm hand to a polite one. By now, the sun has slipped a palm's width higher than when you started, which means something measurable to someone, and only a general nuisance to you. The neighbor's cough grows quieter and then returns, unconvinced by any progress. Your sibling stirs in the shade and rearranges whatever argument their dream was having. The rat pauses as if to listen and then resumes its accounting. The goat lowers its head and stares with the rude sympathy of a creature who has never worked a day and thinks that is wit. You keep the paddle moving until the mix stops grumbling and begins to hum. Not a pleasant hum, but a working hum. The hum of a millstone or a good shoe or a contented hive. And in that hum, you find your own breath, keeping time, matching and then leading, keeping and then following, until you are not sure who owns the rhythm and decide that question is for people with softer jobs. You add more aggregate because the mass deserves teeth. You add more ash because it deserves memory. You add the last small scoop of lime because it deserves correction. And the trough takes each offering like a ruler taking tributes, never satisfied, but always appeased for a while. The heat inside climbs another small step and stays, a quiet stove under a wooden floor, and the scent of it, the sharp, greenish bite of fresh ruin meeting water, the faint mineral of crushed shore, the sour promise of things that set harder than the hands that made them, threads the yard and steps into your mouth before you can mind. The skin at your wrists prickles where past days left their little white constellations, and you flex your fingers inside the sting because this too will have to hold. With the paddle propped and the trough breathing its mild steam, you test again with the heel of your hand, not to teach, but to learn, and feel the mixture push back with the quiet insistence of something assembling itself from hunger and will. You drag a curve through the mass and watch it soften, then blur, then maintain just enough form to persuade you that the day is not lying. The surface shines briefly with a satiny light, then tightens into a calm, and you listen for the small inside sounds, micro cracks giving up their old opinions, grains finding neighbors they will keep, a damp hush that is neither liquid nor solid and wants to be both. That is when you know it is ready for the path you have prepared and the mistakes you have promised not to make again. You let your shoulders drop, not dramatically, because drama is a tax you cannot afford, but enough to make room for a breath that remembers the sea in kinder moods. You slide the shovel under the first load with the same careful optimism you use when you carry a sleeping child, hip steady, mouth closed against comment, eyes on the thing that matters, and you transfer the mass to the waiting form, where it lands with the soft authority of intention. There is a small collapse of sound, like a sack of grain giving up on posture, and you spread the mixture with a flat, wet stroke, a gliding pressure that invites the corners to be honest and the center to stay faithful. Each pass leaves the faint rib of your tool, a record of your hand on a day that will forget your face. Time leans into you without cruelty. Another load, and another, and the trough lowers inch by inch, the way a candle settles into its own well, and you refill it again with the same slow litany, lime that bites and then forgives, ash that scratches and then smooths, stones that argue and then serve, seawater that wants to escape and then agrees to work, until the yard smells like a remembered storm and your shirt clings where it once chose to hang. You sip from the gourd without celebrating. You wipe a stripe down your forearm and find a pale track. You rub a tender spot at the base of your thumb and learn nothing. You laugh under your breath at a thought that does not merit sunlight and keep the paddle moving. When the last form has taken its portion and the trough shows its wet wood through a thin coat of stubborn paste, when the heat has softened to a hum and the hum to a breath, you do not announce completion. You rinse the paddle with an economy that looks like affection. You lay it where it cannot fall and pretend that was always the plan. You cover the trough with a quiet cloth that once served a better table and now serves this one. You run your thumb over the rim one more time and accept a splinter, because some small pain must seal the work. The neighbor's cough retreats and leaves a space for the breeze to try on. Your sibling turns fully and goes still as if instructed. The rat arranges itself into a kind of satisfaction. The goat decides you are tedious and looks elsewhere. You sit on the low stone ledge and let your back read the message it desires from the cool. You count your breath in a way that does not aim at numbers, only at not forgetting. You look at your hands as if they belong to someone you respect and find them adequate. The mixture behind you is changing without you, busy and indifferent, becoming the stone that will not remember what you cost to make it. And this, too, is a comfort. A gull lets go of a complaint that never lands. A small eddy at the shore rounds up shreds of foam and then dismisses them. A fly discovers the salt on your wrist and reconsiders its life. By the time the light grows flat and soft, you have put away what can be put away and forgiven what cannot. The yard settles around the trough like a blanket left at the foot of a bed. The forms sit in their clean geometry, as if waiting for a blessing they do not need. The buckets nest again, lips white with a new ring. The paddle leans with a patient tilt, as if listening to sleep approach the walls. You stand, slowly, the way a tree would stand if it could teach the body patience. and you let the air move past your face like water. Evening lays its hand on the yard, not heavy, not light, and a shy warmth still rises from the wood where the mixture remembered to breathe. You place your palm there one last time and feel the faint pulse of work continuing in your absence, steady as a tide many rooms away. Then you let your hand fall, and you listen for nothing in particular until all that remains is the small, clean sound of the sea touching the shore and the softer sound of your own breath, even, unambitious, and vanishing into the quiet. After the heat that rose from the trough and the steady hum that settled into your wrists, after the last lump pressed smooth beneath the heel of your hand, and the cloth was spread as a gentling palm against what remained, you carried the day's intention down the short slope to the waiting boat, where the planks smelled of pitch and old salt, and the water offered a quiet pulse against the hull, as if asking for the portion you had promised. The light was patient and low, not eager to judge, and you answered its restraint by counting each step, as if steps could make guarantees. The buckets knocked softly, the trough slurped once when it shifted, and your shoulder joined the argument without raising its voice. Behind you on the yard's edge, the goat studied your procession like a minor official who approves nothing but stops nothing. And from the thin-walled room by the alley came that familiar throat-clearing from the neighbor who measures mornings in small repairs. Somewhere in your memory, your sibling rolled and muttered the way sleepers counsel the living, and you let that murmuring trail behind you like a thread you could follow back if the sea decided to eat your notes. You set your foot on the boat's rubbed threshold and feel grain under callus, a firm handshake from wood that has seen enough hands to know which ones mean it. Underneath, a rat rearranged its household with the confidence of a landlord, moving shells and crumbs and perhaps a secret copper button you lost 2 winters ago, and you avoided stamping near the sound because you know what it means to own a space through stubbornness alone. The tripdoors waited along the floor like a held breath, hinges tar-black and tired, ready to prove polite obedience and then demand oil. The ropes lay in tidy coils that would soon turn into snakes, because that is how ropes amuse themselves. The oars rested with their warm shoulders against the thwarts. The boat nudged the quay with a dull, hollow kiss that promised habit would carry you where cleverness could not. Out from the bow, the water opened to a skin of blue hammered thin by sun, and beneath that thinness you felt everything you could not see leaning upward, slow and wide and perfectly unconcerned with your careful math. You bring the mix aboard in small courtesies, persuading the weight across the threshold with a hip and a prayer you would never insult by speaking aloud, and you seat the trough above the doors, braced against the frame you have touched enough times to know where it likes your hands. You ride the boat's first shrug as if stepping into a familiar argument with weather, and you let the oarsmen set their patient thud, the sound of a grandmother's slow knitting in wood and water. As the bow turns, the goat on the headland becomes a dot that keeps its opinion. Gulls convene as if elected to oversight, and then forget their purpose, leaving only a scratch of laughter on the wind. The neighbor's cough thins to a rumor at your back. You feel the day tighten its belt. You feel your heartbeat making small decisions, as if this body were a committee. There are no second chances, you tell yourself, though not in words, only in the way your fingers check each latch as if latches respond to affection. The sea does not offer refunds, and you have learned to keep your receipts anyway. You guide the boat above the waiting mouth of blue where the divers had earlier pressed their faith into sand and the oars feather, and the hull's shadow steadies over the faint, glimmering square that only your imagination can read clearly. You kneel, not in devotion, but in acknowledgement that knees are the most honest way to speak to a floor, and you slide the bar that holds the trapdoors as if unfastening a memory. The hinges decline to squeal after all, soothed by tar and the sea's cooler hand. When the doors tip, the first fold of mixture leans forward, inspects the world without comment, and then goes, the thick body slipping under in calm sheets that take the light with them for a breath, and then release it back in fractal scraps. The surface accepts your offering with a flattening sigh, and fish flick away at the edge, silver punctuation marks correcting your sentence. Bubbles begin to tick upward, small and glassy, like a string of poor beads proudly counted, and they finger the underside of the doors and brush your knuckles and pop with a disciplined restraint that calls to mind applause given by people who have kept their seats. You hold your breath, though your nose sits in open air like a spoiled king, because breath is expensive during moments that carry judgment, and you are paying in advance. The boat lifts and settles on a rhythm too subtle for reason and too bossy for fear. The oars hang half committed just above the skin. A gull passes directly overhead and writes a short report about your posture. You do not read it. Beneath, the mix spreads in slow drifts you can feel in your hands more than in your eyes. A rolling weight that finds corners you drew long ago by hope and string. And the thought passes, you have done all you can, which is both balm and sentence. Your heartbeat returns to its ordinary work in a series of small negotiations. The sun nods approval to no one in particular. A faint chip of ash clings to your cheek and refuses to leave as if claiming tenancy. You let it stay because it has earned the right to name your skin its scaffolding for an hour. The bubbles continue in their modest ladder, each one voting yes that something is happening out of sight. And at the edges of the shadow, small fish return in the way people return to an argument when they remember their best line too late. A smear of foam curls where poured weight grazes the hull, writing a white whisper that you cannot quite translate. And you smile for the first time today without moving your mouth, because you have no faith in expressive faces and prefer the recalibration that happens quietly inside your tongue. The goat shifts its stance on the headland, turning into a punctuation mark of patience. If your sibling is awake by now, they are likely sitting on the threshold with their hair in small, stubborn negotiations with gravity and muttering about breakfast as if breakfast were a moral question. The neighbor, finishing his cough, will count his coins again and decide the number is dignified enough to meet the market, though coins do not care about dignity. The rat under the deck has concluded you are dumping lunch and will write a complaint later. Everyone has their version of events, and the water keeps the only one that matters to this small theater. You close the doors, and the last ribbon of mix licks the seam and disappears like someone late to a meeting who pretends dignity. You set the bar, cradle the trough back into its brace, and scrape the stubborn paste that clings to the lip with an angle of wood that used to be good at something else entirely. Threads of gray paste gather along the paddle's edge in a tired smile, and you flick them toward the waiting shape with the petty righteousness of one who believes in not wasting even the act of not wasting. Another batch slides into place. The weight redistributes with a groan that is not complaint, but an announcement of existence. And you add just a little seawater because the day has warmed while you were holding your breath. You think of your bed as an archaeological site where sleep is the most fragile layer and smile at the thought without honoring it. The oars nudge the boat a hand's width and stop again. The sun stands on your shoulders and makes no promises. When the second pour descends, it takes your heart with it halfway and then returns it, gently, like a borrowed tool. The water accepts again. Bubbles arrange themselves into a rosary of small refusals to stay put, and a faint heat from the mix climbs into the underside of the boat's ribs, so that the wood beneath your knees grows warm, then kinder, then steady. You picture the folds spreading below like fabric let loose in a current, thick but not stubborn, settling against the geometry you coaxed from salt and measurement and the soft fraud of hope. A gnarl of paste sticks on the corner of a door, and you coax it with the back of your fingernail, speaking to it silently with the practiced patience reserved for knots, children, and forms that learn slowly. It relents because everything relents eventually, even if only to gather strength for resisting later. The gulls shift their meeting to a stricter tone and then forget again. A breeze from the north reaches down and pinches the water's cheek before thinking better of it. You absorb that small coolness and store it where future afternoons can borrow it at interest. You taste salt without ceremony. Your knuckles are whitened with ash, and early lime, and the thin glaze of the sea. You run the back of your wrist along your cheek and leave a patron's signature you did not mean to accept. The goat stamps once, considers the etiquette of stamping again, and then concedes that too much theater only cheapens the day. Far back, in a shaded room, your sibling will turn the page they do not own and scratch a note with a dull stylus that insists on making every letter a negotiation. Stones keep their secrets, but people keep their habits. You keep working, because work is what closes the distance between intention and sleep. The doors open and shut, a patient mouth learning to speak only the words that matter. The mix slides and settles. The mass finds the voids and persuades them to become something else, and your arms swing in arcs that may never be art, but are surely prayer. Once, a little too much gathers on the left, and the boat tilts just enough to advertise consequences you will not accept. You lean your weight and send a sheet of compound toward the middle with a push that teaches nothing except your refusal to be scolded by things you made. Bubbles climb, stitch by stitch, explaining how settling works to anyone who will listen. You listen, and the listening becomes the day. When the last pour of the morning bends itself under the blue, the bubbles come slow and polite, as if not to disturb the quiet agreement now tucked in the water. You rest back on your heels and feel fabric stick to your knees, a clammy seal that breaks with a soft sigh when you shift. Your hands tremble in that fine domestic way not even you can see unless you look too hard, and you don't. You close the doors with care, not to avoid noise, though you avoid it anyway, but to bring the motion down into the softness the moment wants. The ropes creak like bedboards that remember a heavier house. A distant hammer taps twice along the key and decides noon is an opinion. The rat finishes its investigation with a whisk of annoyance and returns to a story where it is always the hero. Gulls drift into the unhelpful advice of mid-afternoon. The goat chooses a new patch of shade, as if shade were an improved belief. You sit against the thwart and let your shoulder blades discover the knot in the board, that small knot that knows more about holding than you will ever understand, and the knot teaches you a slow breath. The sun bakes a salt crust into the hair along your temples and leaves you a pilgrim without a shrine. Your tongue catalogues dust and wind and ash and decides the mixture is survivable. You stare at the place where the water says nothing and is loud about it, and you match your breathing to a ripple that either exists or does not. Both choices are generous. The oarsmen, not needed now, pass a silence between them you are not asked to carry. That suits you, because you are already carrying a long list of minor aches and one large promise. When it is time, you lift your palm and lay it against the deck where the warmth still lingers from what you poured, and you feel that moth-wing heat falter and soften, leaving only the mild memory of work done well enough to be trusted. You imagine the folds below settling one over another like careful blankets across a stubborn sleeper. Each weight a reassurance, each edge a line that will not be seen but will be felt forever. And you send a last, small thought downward to greet that future stone and ask it to forgive you for being temporary. A swell passes that wants to be noticed and fails. The breeze forgets itself and wanders inland. The tripdoors rest in their place as if they have always rested. The blue closes over with its ordinary hush. A final tardy bubble reaches the surface, touches your wrist, and disappears with the smallest sound. A soft, vanishing kiss of air. After the last bubble kissed your wrist and slipped away into its small silence, you let the boat rest in the hush between tasks, and then, because days do not pause for anyone's heartbeat, you turned toward the bulk of stone that waited at the river mouth, where barges fat with tufa and beaten rock rode low and patient, their hulls old with scuffs and the fond complaints of timber that has learned every language of water. The morning light had that diluted quality that forgives mistakes before they happen, and the sea wore a face too calm to trust. So you answered it with the slow, ritual motions that make your hands honest. The rope over the post, the nod to the oars, the quick inspection of the caisson's timber ribs as if eye contact could keep them from remembering how to fail. Behind you, in the thin room with the curtain that never fits the frame, the neighbor released a measured cough that sounded like a craftsman tapping a chisel to see whether the stone will break kindly. And from the doorway of your own place, your sibling muttered something that might have been a blessing or a complaint about the blanket, because in that house, such things are mostly the same. Even the goat on the headland tilted its square face, unimpressed but not unkind, and you felt an odd relief to be ranked by a creature that never writes anything down. The first barge rubbed its way alongside with a sigh you could feel in the soles of your feet, and the men aboard shuffled load by load toward the hanging jaws that would swallow their labor and feed it to the shape below. The frame you call hungry, because it is easier to name a need than to admit your own. Hooks knocked the stone with a music of dull bells, and when each block tipped, the water closed around it like a thick blanket, taking the slap out of sound and turning it into a gentle thud that passed through your ribs and told you more than your eyes could bear. You kept your ledger open on your knee, wax warmed by skin, the stylus making shallow valleys where numbers try to behave, and lines line up like citizens called to stand straight. And in the margin, because you have learned how your mind wanders, you pressed a tiny note about the wind's direction and the way the light shook on the waves, both the sort of details memory swears it will keep and then drops behind the next door. A rat under the quay arranged a private harvest of the day's crumbs with businesslike zeal, and you resisted the urge to appoint it assistant clerk, because everyone knows memory alone is a poor clerk, but a rat with ambition is worse. Course by course the rubble arrived, tufa that broke the light into chalky shadows, cobbles stained with the old weather of other hills, broken faces of rock that still smelled faintly of their last rain, and you counted them the way a baker counts loaves with the palm rather than the eye, because palms understand weight, and eyes tell stories. The ledger gained thickness with each stroke. a small topography of obligation, and you let your style. You nodded to the crane's slow swing, and felt in your shoulders the remembered ache of yesterday's pour, a warm echo that proved the body keeps its own ledger, simple and unforgiving, and sometimes more accurate than ink. The stones met the underwater mix with a muffled kiss, that soft, approving thud again and again, like a patient heartbeat hidden under wool. And every time the sound found you, you added a line in the tablet, not because lines create safety, but because they make a shape your mind can walk around when the world becomes too round to grasp. The caisson took its meal without thanks, and you were grateful for that lack of ceremony, because gratitude can turn into superstition when the tide is thinking hard. You marked the hour's slant by the way the shadow of the crane's arm wrote itself across the deck. You noted the small change when the breeze remembered to lift and slipped a cool tongue between collar and skin. You wrote light roughening, then paused and scored it away, embarrassed by your own poetry, as if the tablet might laugh when you were not looking. The goat snorted, which is practically laughter, and a thread of dry humor curled in your chest, faint as twine, because even the animals knew you were over-describing what is, at root, lifting rocks and letting them fall. Weight changes a boat's manners, and you felt those manners refine as the barge lightened, the hull rising to a friendlier conversation with the chop, and you took that as permission to let your thoughts loosen, not to think of tomorrow's deliveries or that letter you owe to a man who dislikes waiting, but to visit the small rooms of memory where the first layout string trembled in a feathery wind, and your hand decided, almost on its own, where the curve would lie. The diver's signals from last week flickered across the water of your mind. Flat palms, the short sweep that means yes enough, the longer sweep that means not yet, while the present continued. Thud, ledger, thud, breath, thud, ledger. And you found a comfort in that repetition that bordered on honesty. The neighbor's cough did not appear this hour, which meant he had either found his remedy or given up on it, and your siblings' mutterings migrated to the courtyard, where the half-washed coil of rope dries into a form that refuses to forget its memory of a knot. Everyone around you lived inside their own small tasks, and the sum of those tasks made a city, and the city was not asking for your permission to be. When the second barge came, heavier than the first and more satisfied with its importance, the men aboard had the look of people who have already decided which part of lunch they will complain about and are only waiting for time to agree. You counted their stones in the same courteous way. You measured their load with a glance that had learned humility, and you tapped the tablet against your thigh, gentle as a metronome, because numbers like to be rocked. You watched the crane's rope fray slightly where it loves to fray, and you made a note in the ledger to send a coil for splicing, because tomorrow has a habit of arriving with its coat already dusty. A line of foam gathered along the caisson's outer edge where the hidden wall below disturbed the water, and the foam wrote a pale sentence that no one could read, but everyone pretended to understand. You breathed it in and out as if breath could memorize shape, and you took from that sentence the idea, not the syntax. Throughout the noon hour, the sea made itself useful by staying undecided, and in that undecidedness you kept your pace almost graceful, letting the stones arrive in patient tides of effort, letting the ledger collect its neat ridges of marks and notes, weather and water clarity, crane creaks and rope sighs, letting your shoulders rest when the barge hands argued softly about which block deserved to go first, which argument you knew had nothing to do with blocks and everything to do with a night of bad sleep. A shadow slid beneath the boats, the lazy confidence of a fish that has grown wise as it grew wide. and the sight of it pleased you for reasons you would not write down, even if there were space between line holds and wind veers a hair, because some details belong only to the muscle that lifted your mouth a fraction and lowered it again. The rat performed an inspection along a beam slick with old tar, nose busy, whiskers confirming standards. You accepted its audit with professional respect. The goat, of course, had moved to higher ground, where opinions grow. By late day, the ribs of the frame had a new weight that taught the water to curl differently around them, and you felt that difference before you saw it. The small change in the way the boat's shadow skated and stuck. The softened edge where wave met timber and decided to behave for now. You tilted the tablet to catch the last usable light and scored in the day's tally, not moving faster, but more narrow, the way breathing becomes in rooms with many people. The stylus left a crumb of wax that clung to your knuckle, and you rolled it absent-mindedly into a bead that would never be a bead, then pressed it into a corner, as if saving a harmless secret. Your mind tried to wander toward the future, toward keys and lantern lines, and the long, quiet nights you promised yourself while marking the curve of safety on the coast. But the next block touched down with its soft underwater thud and called you back to the present, where stones keep their promises by becoming heavier in the right places. When the final barge nudged away and the crane settled its neck with the relief of a creature allowed to fold, the oarsmen let their hands lie open and damp on their knees, and you closed the ledger with the care of someone who has seen pages go missing in an hour no one remembers. You pressed the wax smooth with the flat of your stylus, not to erase, only to lay tomorrow's quiet path, and you rubbed the edge of the tablet against your sleeve until it shone the way well-used things shine, not bright, but earned. The sea made a small, convincing sound below, the sort that says we have an agreement for now, and you gave it a nod because you know the value of good manners with forces that do not sign contracts. From the alley behind the yard came the neighbor's voice clearing itself back into existence, and from the far end of the quay a laugh rose and thinned. And on the headland the goat decided the day had been adequate and stamped once to seal its report. You tied the last rope with the same knot your hands always choose when they are too tired to show off, and you felt the weight of stone beneath the surface turning your design into something that no longer needs you, which is the only success you trust. Your shoulders wore their ache like a borrowed cloak that fits better at night, and your palms remembered every edge they had met, and your lungs paced themselves down from the work, like men who have learned to arrive without explaining. You let the boat drift a hand's width, and then claimed it back. You looked at the water that remembers nothing and everything in the same hour. You counted what could be counted and forgave what could not. And if a small, resigned humor curled at the corner of your mouth, because the rat seemed pleased with the day's accounting while you were only almost satisfied, you allowed the humor to breathe. The light ran thin along the planks. The ledger cooled in your hands. Somewhere a rope creaked once, considered a second opinion, and fell silent into the long, even hush. After the ledger cooled in your hands and the last rope gave up its single argument to the dusk, the work slipped into that slow, necessary silence where effort becomes waiting, where the muscles you used yesterday grow thoughtful, and the sea keeps its own counsel, and you, with your stubborn need to measure things that prefer not to be measured, begin the long, careful routine of listening to a future that hardens out of sight. The water above the new wall had a different color now, faintly clouded, faintly sure of itself, and you learned its tone the way a sleeper learns a house at night, counting the breaths between creaks, learning which noises belong and which might become a story you do not want to tell. Your fingers already moving toward the sounding pole before your feet remember the steps. You carry the pole like a tall thought, and you ease it down, grain against grain, until the wet cool breathes up the shaft and meets your palm, and then a little further, until the tip finds substance where there used to be only intention. The touch firm as the back of a well-used chair, and you note the depth with a sideways glance that pretends indifference, because the sea does not reward excitement, and neither does stone still deciding what it wants to be. A plumb line follows, the string smoothing itself with that patient arrogant string always has. The lead finding the same answer as the pole with a small, satisfied murmur you feel more than hear, and you give a quiet nod to no one in particular, to the morning itself, to the goat on the ridge performing its daily audit of your competence, to the rat under the quay who has started keeping a private schedule of your visits as if you were a vendor who requires supervision. Days fold into each other like damp cloth, soft at the edges, a little heavy with use, and the work becomes a procession of small, repeating courtesies that shape your hours. The way you test the knots, even if you tied them, because your hands can lie when they are tired. The way you tap the boat's thwart twice before pushing off, because wood likes to be acknowledged. The way you stand over the water differently now, listening for that low hidden strength that grows when ash and lime decide to make peace with brine. You learn, with the careful humility of anyone who has ever tried to hurry bread that isn't ready, that nothing appreciates your impatience, not the mix below, not the wind that teases your hat tight across your head, not the oarlocks whose complaint is older than your scold, and certainly not the sea, which has been arguing with every shore since the first shore tried to hold its shape. There is a craft to not hurrying, and it occupies the mind the way a benign ache occupies the knee, always present, never noisy, capable of teaching you manners if you are willing to listen, which you are, because listening is cheaper than repairs. Each morning you set the plumb line wandering through its measured fall. You read its stillness the way some people read faces, and you let your breath move like a bellows, set to the slowest, kindest rhythm, inhaling salt, exhaling that thin metallic hint the new stone gives off, as if the wall were a creature warming itself from the inside. The neighbor behind your thin wall coughs with improved discipline, a small, courteous sound that suggests either a remedy or surrender. Your sibling mutters in the half-dark about blanket geometry and immediately forgets, as if the complaint were a required prayer. The goat selects a new vantage point and considers you without malice. The rat keeps notes you will never see. Midday finds you in the same small boat but not the same water, because surface moods change with light and wind, with the transit of clouds, with the special theater of gulls who have discovered a current that allows them to avoid deciding. Still, the ritual repeats and steadies you, the pole slipping down through cool bands, your hands reading the water like a text with few words and many meanings, the weighting settling into your shoulders as a weight you have decided to welcome. On some days you taste yesterday's ash in the air, lifted in a faint breath from the place where future stands being made. On others, you catch the sweetness of tar from a rope splice you postponed longer than wisdom allows, a smell that makes you think of roofs and rain and the dignified grievances of boats. You do not rush. You distribute your strength like a careful merchant, coin by coin, knowing the afternoon will ask for a similar payment and the evening will count your change without sympathy. The ledger stays closed more often now, not because there is nothing to say, but because the numbers you want will be truer tomorrow. and the little grooves your stylus loves to carve would be gossip more than record. Instead, you let your fingers keep a private tally along the edge of the thwart, a drummer's quiet mathematics, 3 taps for firmness, 2 for caution, 1 for the small blessing of a breeze that isn't trying to be a lesson, and in between you learn again the old truth, that building a thing is easy compared to waiting while it becomes itself. Your mind, unoccupied by last-minute corrections and shouted adjustments, wanders toward the edges of the day where humor hides, and you catch yourself thinking that the plumb bob has more faith than you do, or that the goat is better at schedules, or that the rat has already written your memoir in crumbs, and you let the smile come and go without announcing itself even to your mouth. Sometimes the sea bullies the harbor mouth with a show of white and blue that would have worried you in the first weeks, and you stand on the far bank and let the wind tug the hem of your patience, and you do the adult thing. You shrug without moving, a concession the weather never sees. The plumb line waits coiled like a polite serpent. The sounding pole leans against the post, considering a career change, and you practice the other part of not hurrying, which is to stop pretending you are in charge. Your feet learn the inventory of stones along the quay by touch. Your eyes learn the minute difference between waves that announce themselves and waves that try to pass as something else. Your hands learn that the best posture for waiting is not stillness, but small, ongoing tasks that acknowledge time without provoking it, a habit that begins to leak into other rooms of your life where pots prefer slow attention to sudden rescue and friends appreciate greetings that do not demand new stories. When the water behaves again and you return to the boat, you find the wall below has grown its own quiet, a deeper, cooler hush that makes the oar's blade sound different when it dips, and you appreciate the change with the small ceremony of straightening the plumb line before you drop it, and of breathing once as if you were the one entering the water. The lead touches and stays. The pole touches and answers. Your head nods and does not exaggerate the nod, because dignity is a mortar in its own right. The surface nudges at the hull in a way that used to mean uncertainty and now means a kind of approval. Or perhaps you have begun to read approval where none exists, which is also a craft, the craft of encouraging yourself with illusions that do no harm. Overhead a gull drifts as though it has rent control in the wind. Along the quay, a boy runs and stops and runs again, because running is his native language. Your sibling naps in a chair with the posture of a person who negotiated peace with a blanket and won. Nights arrive soft and uneven, the moon sometimes generous, sometimes stingy, and your sleep thins out into the kind that hears the distant knock of water against wood, the light footstep of a cat discussing the roof with itself, the neighbor rolling over with the authority of someone who claims 40% of the bed by treaty. And in that drift you rehearse the next day's patience without naming it. You feel the pole you haven't yet lifted and the line you haven't yet dropped. You see the wall you cannot see and forgive it for being slow, because you are slow too. Because every part of you chooses the long route to conclusions unless someone is watching. Once, in the hour when even the rats lose interest and take up philosophy, you hear the faintest crumb scratch beneath the floor, and you think, with a softness that surprises you, that the ledger may have found a friend who will guard it better than you do. Weeks turn into their own furniture, solid and familiar, and the wall under the water becomes a fact your hands can trust even if your eyes cannot. And you find something like affection for its stubborn progress, an affection most people reserve for dogs or a well-behaved broom. Weather sours and arranges itself back. Ropes complain and then accept their lot. The boat develops a new symphony of creaks that you learn by heart in the same way you once learned a map of streets, and through it all the practice of not hurrying grows into a posture you can wear to market, to the kiln, to the long rambling conversation with the old man who sells pins and claims to have invented patience, though he still taps the table when you count your change. You let the world move at its default speed, and you do not try to outpace it. When you feel a twitch to force an outcome, you give that twitch a job. Coil the spare line. Wet the deck to keep the dust down. Hum the low tune that helps your hands stay the size of your tasks. There are days when a doubt arrives and sits beside you like a tired companion. What if the wall refuses? What if the mix decides it wanted to be something else? What if the sea remembers a trick you have not met? And you answer those doubts with the same steady instruments that answer the water. Plumb, pole, breath, repetition. Because arguments rarely settle by shouting, and you have no appetite for shouting anymore. You lower the lead, and it approves. You lower the pole, and it finds what it should. You let the rhythm wash over you until the doubt becomes only another sound in the harbor, useful for diagnosing the weather, but not in charge of it. The goat, great believer in conclusions, switches rocks and stares as if to say that the world is made of cycles, and you almost bow in its direction because it is a small thing to acknowledge wisdom when you see it, even when it chews while explaining itself. At last, on an afternoon with the plain smell of residual rain and the kind of light that keeps secrets politely, you sense the change that means the stone has woken enough to receive the next layer of intention, not in a loud revelation, but in the way the boat's shadow holds still where it used to ripple. In the way the plumb bob's return is eager rather than resigned. In the way your hands, which have learned to doubt as a form of caution, begin to forget their doubt and reach for tools without asking your head for permission. You do not declare anything. You allow the nod to be small. You write nothing in the ledger yet. You put your palm flat to the water and feel the cool press back with a firmness that reminds you of a promise made by someone who hates conversation, but keeps promises anyway, and you let the relief come as a long, private tide, not visible, not news. Evening stretches like a cat, slow and elastic, and you pack away the plumb line with a tenderness you will deny if anyone asks. You lean the sounding pole where it can listen to the air dry. You sit on the quay's warm edge and let your feet decide how much salt they want to keep, and you take inventory without numbers, your patience intact, your back opinionated but faithful, your temper unspent, your small dry humor alive and scratching, your house still making the same noises in the same places so you can find yourself by sound when the light goes dim. Somewhere beyond the sheds, your neighbor coughs once in a way that sounds like punctuation. Your sibling speaks to sleep as if bargaining. The rat arranges a leaf into a personal rug. The goat stands with the posture of a magistrate pronouncing an afternoon sufficient. And you, committed to the craft of unhurried endurance, gather your tools as if the day were a cloth you refuse to wrinkle. By the time you step away, the harbor wears its quiet the way a body wears a shawl, close and natural, and you sense far below the new stone keeping its slow counsel under the cloak of waves, rejecting conversation, but accepting exactly what it needs from the water that once threatened it. You let the air rest inside your chest until your ribs feel like good beams in a dry room. You set down the thought you were carrying because it turned out to be heavier than it looked, and you listen for one small closing sound to fold the day's corners flat, the last drip from the oar's blade, the last tick of cooling pitch, the last silk brush of a fish along the piles. And when it comes, almost nothing. You let it pass through you and fade, and you follow it into the long, even breath. After the days of sounding poles and quiet nods, after the slow apprenticeship to patience that taught your hands to wait without fidgeting and your breath to settle into a workman's lullaby, the weather remembers you exist and decides to see whether your lessons took. And so the morning arrives with a harder edge, a gray lid on the water, and a north wind that slips down the coast as if it has paperwork to file, and no time for small talk, and you feel it on your teeth before you feel it on your face. A clean, measuring cold that makes the skin at your wrists pay attention while you walk the damp boards and look toward the long shape of the mole you coaxed from lime and ash, and days that would not hurry, even when you begged them. You watch the chop come in short, quick steps, each step a hand laid flat against the timbers. Not quite a slap, not quite a caress. The kind of touch that asks a question and expects the answer to be calm. And the first thing you do is listen for the wrong kind of creak, the complaint that hides a failure, that thin, rushed voice wood makes when something important forgot to hold its place, and you do not hear it. Only the slow, honest breath of joints that know who they are, the low answer of piles cuffed by crosswinds, the orderly rattle of a loose pin you meant to tighten on a day that did not become today, and you feel the small, spreading quiet that begins in the chest when a thing holds as intended. An unremarkable relief so gentle you do not trust it, and therefore check again and again until relief stops pretending to be a stranger. The wind keeps its audit going, coming around the angle with that curled lip across the outer face, pushing spray up where you thought it would, stealing warmth from the knuckles and giving back the kind of focus that lives in cold fingers, and you remind yourself you built for this, not for ceremony, not for fine weather bragging, but for mornings with grit in the air and a taste like raw metal on the tongue. And you plant your feet where the planks still carry last week's tar scent, and you run your eyes along the fastenings, along the seams you coaxed shut with pitch that answered heat like an obedient dog, along the stones that disappeared under seawater to argue with chemistry and return as a wall. And you let your shoulders drop one finger's width, not as a celebration, but as a practical decision to keep the cloak from biting your neck. A gull cuts the corner of your vision with a scorn it offers everyone for free, a drifting auditor without the badge. And farther back, the goat has moved to its rainpost, standing in that exact attitude of beings who understood long ago that weather has no interest in your opinion and only asks whether you will make your chores anyway. You make yours, moving along the face of the structure with your slow cataloger's gait, heel to toe to heel, testing each tie with a thumb that has become wiser than most of your other parts, tapping the rail, pressing the edge of the plank where the grain remembered to be straight, and letting the rest of the world do whatever it wants so long as your section remains within reach of your breath. Somewhere behind the warehouses, the neighbor coughs with new authority, a deep wooden sound like a cupboard settling into its hinges, and you think it suits the morning, as if the city itself were clearing its throat to announce that it is still here. The first wave, big enough to be called trouble, arrives like a guest who has misread the time, early and too proud of it, and the frame takes the force like a patient teacher, taking a question it has already answered, bowing where it should, returning where it must, passing the shove down into the stone you asked to wake last week. And you learn more in that one exchange than in any 3 afternoons of calm inspection, because nothing explains a design like the weather, and the weather uses short sentences and repeats nothing. Your cloak has an opinion, of course. It always does. Arguing at the throat and slapping your legs with the playfulness of a child who has already decided your patience is endless and you tie it off and keep working, tracing the locations where bolts should be proud and where they should be shy, reading the wet shine on the seam where the tar is just new enough to remember warmth, and telling the wind, in the courteous language of hands on wood, that you will continue to be here after it gets bored. You take a bent nail from your pocket, the stubborn one that ruined your last attempt at neatness, that refused every fair approach and demanded either a miracle or a joke, and you hold it up to the day and show it the chop and the timbers and the wall that refuses to discuss its own strength, and you laugh into the north air because the nail looks suddenly modest, like a loud friend who realized the conversation had been serious all along, and you tuck it back with a gentleness you did not expect, because in a world where wind tests everything, even mistakes deserve a place to rest. The reed pen rides in your other pocket, sensible and quiet, and you do not take it out because numbers would only become weather in disguise, and you would rather feel this one pass through the work than chase its shape across a page that will taste like salt if you lick your thumb. At the far end of the mole, you stand with the habit of someone who has outlawed haste and still keeps it on a leash, letting your eyes circle the outer angles where the pressure wants to make claims, letting your ears do the old carpenter's trick of deciding what is normal by standing very still, and finding that the only unusual sound is the thin flap of a rag you hung as a guide, a little note that tells you the wind thinks it is more important than it is, and you grant it the courtesy of being right for the hour and wrong for the plan. The rat that lives under the step has adjusted its schedule to the new noise, scratching less, listening more, then scratching again because hunger is a better teacher than caution, and you think of your sibling snoring through last night's telemetry, unconvinced that wind exists until it steals a blanket, and you let the small smile sit in the corner of your mouth until the spray takes it back for its own. When the stronger sets arrive, dark backs shingled with their own impatience, riding in twos and threes as though daring you to take attendance, you stand with a hand on the rail and let the impact travel up your bones at the same speed that it travels into the hidden stone, and you are surprised by the feeling, not triumph, not even relief anymore, but a kind of companionable steadiness, as if the structure had joined your side of the long argument you have both been having with water, and you recognize that this is the sound you have been listening for since the first stakes marked the curve, not the silence of denial, not the whine of complaint, but the low, sensible thud that means the work has learned to answer without panicking. You let the wind take your hair where it wants. You let your hands go numb and then remember themselves. You let your eyes tear and then clear. And when you decide the audit is done, you do not mark the conclusion with ceremony. You simply sit on the sheltered step and eat the small bread you brought, letting the crust go soft in the spray, counting chews as if they were bolts, and feeling something like ease move into your shoulders, one careful finger at a time. By midday, the North has tired of pretending to be a new idea and settles into the old rhythm of complaint without ambition, and you retreat to the shed where damp cloaks hang like sullen pets, and you join them, water traveling from hem to elbow and back, the wool releasing that smell of sheep and old rain that seems to make every room smaller and kinder. And you stand by the brazier long enough to feel useless, and then just long enough to feel ready again. The neighbor, in the thin-walled house that shares your weather, coughs twice and then hums a note that started as irritation and became music by accident. Your sibling turns a page with the force of a judgment and then falls asleep on it. The goat, having exhausted its compassion for auditors, goes to see whether the bucket at the corner has remembered to be full. The rat is noticeably quiet, which means it is planning something you will forgive in advance. You go out again, because afternoons require witnesses, and you walk the length of the mole with the measured laziness of someone who has earned the right to be exact without being tense. And the wind, finding itself less dramatic than it hoped, does what all weather does when nobody applauds. It works anyway. Each slap of water is a report stamped and filed, and each creak that belongs is another signature, and you realize how much of building is the study of repetition, the devotion to small proof, the willingness to find comfort not in a single grand success, but in 100 quiet confirmations that would bore anyone who does not sleep well. You brush your hand across the beam that always gathers the first salt, and feel the fine grit like a blessing you did not ask for. You put your ear once to the wood and hear the deep, slow conversation that happens between the sea and what resists it. Not words, not music, just a shared recognition of terms. Later, when the day's edge cools into that bluish patience that makes even harsh places seem briefly reasonable, you find the bent nail again and laugh at it. A sound that feels like steam leaving a sealed jar, because it was the only thing that misbehaved and it did so without consequence. And your laugh has no audience except the damp cloak, the goat pretending not to watch, and the wall, which always pretends not to listen. You push the nail through a scrap of wood and call it a marker inside your head. A reminder that even stubbornness can be repurposed if you hold it gently enough, and you tuck the little piece into a crack on the lee side where only you will ever notice it, a private shrine to things that could have gone worse and didn't, to mornings that threatened bravado and delivered only work. Evening folds the chop flat as a table that has finally been negotiated, and the north wind loses its badge and becomes once more the plain air that smells of salt and old stone and winter thinking, and you make your last round because habits do not retire, feeling for looseness that isn't there, smoothing ropes that already lie straight, pressing your palm to the timber as if checking a sleeper's temperature, and receiving in return the calm warmth of material that has done its part today and will likely do it again tomorrow. Somewhere a child learns the trick of whistling with 2 fingers and keeps trying until the sound arrives, sharp and proud, and you smile because every craft begins in their own wind, and every craft ends in someone else's quiet. When you turn toward home, the path is a ribbon of damp grit that takes your footprints and then forgets them, and the city receives you with its inventory of small certainties. The neighbor's pot lid rattling in the same corner, the goat settling like a large, complicated soul into a square of straw, your sibling reclaiming the blanket with the entitled grace of a veteran, the rat rewriting the night in the private script beneath the floor. And you, still damp, still salted, still working inside the long, slow season of making, remove your cloak and hang it where drops count themselves down into a pan that has already forgiven them. You lie down not for sleep, so much as for a rehearsal of stillness, your body imitating the mole, your breath doing what the wind cannot, and as your eyes close, you hear from the harbor a single, tender sound, one rope giving up the day through the tired throat of a pulley. And then even that thins to a hush you can fold into, a hush that goes on, and then quietly, pleasantly, away. After the north wind finished its inspection and set its seal in the quiet that comes after good work, the day loosened its shoulders and let you return to the long face where plans become weight, and weight becomes a promise you can touch with your knuckles. The masons gathered by the stacked blocks with their aprons dusted to the color of old bone, their mallets breathing that low, steady music that speaks from sleeve to sleeve rather than from mouth to mouth, and you felt the ground answer each tap with a patient thrum, as if the earth beneath the mole had learned your name and did not mind saying it back. The sea pulled and returned in its soft syllables, rinsing away every louder thought, and the goat, knowing more than it cared to prove, chose a new vantage on a broken crate, and blinked as if to approve. Somewhere behind the thin wall, the neighbor coughed through a line he has rehearsed all winter, and from the loft a sibling turned in their sleep, muttering about blankets as if clouds could be convinced to tuck them in. The place had its chorus, and the mallets kept time. You watched the first trough of mortar settle into a pale, workable calm, the surface winking with tiny skins that broke and reformed at the touch of a trowel. And you thought of how often the mixture resembled tired thoughts, stubborn until handled, then willing, then stubborn again, because nothing that holds for years agrees to hurry in its first hour. The ash clung to your wrists in a soft, clingy affection. The lime stung your forearms with a bite you have learned to accept, and the water rose from the pail with a sound like a careful breath, a small clearing of the throat before a long speech. The paddle turned and turned. The mass grew heavy in that way that comforts the back, even as it warns the spine. Heat blooming through the wooden sides to remind your palms that change has its own furnace, invisible and impolite. And you found again the quiet humor that keeps a person loyal to hard trades, that this mess, this slop that gets into your hair and the corner of your mouth, will soon look down its straight nose at the sea and refuse to move. They set the first ashlar on a bed no thicker than a generous thought, eased it forward with 2 fingers and a nod. And the mallet answered with the tone you had hoped for. Not loud, not proud, just the tone of a thing taking its place. And you felt the plank beneath your boots share that momentary satisfaction that lives in true fit. The string line stretched from pin to pin, thin as a hair and stern as an elder, and the plumb bob wandered and then decided, and another block came forward on its sled, grain flashing in a light almost too clean for work. Joints took mortar, joints took time, joints took the patient reserve you had already spent on wind and waiting and small repairs, and still you found more to give, because the wall accepted only what was careful, and care was the one coin that never refused you. A gull laughed in that old way gulls laugh when everything proceeds, and a rat under the scaffold paused its scratching long enough to demonstrate that even doubt knows when to keep quiet. You walked the length of the new face and let your fingertips report what the eyes might flatter or scold, each edge a new letter, each bed a measured pause, each header a word that does not exist anywhere else. The harbor line, once a ghost on scraps and a dream that kept you awake, drew itself now into a sentence you could finally read, not with excitement, but with that tired, grateful comprehension of a person who has been sounded out by weather, counted by tide, and still holds the page steady. The mallets breathed a rhythm that folded into the wash of the water, the two together making a lullaby for workers who pretend they do not love lullabies. The trowels whispered against stone in a tone like someone smoothing a child's hair. And from the far side of the yard came the helpful commentary of the goat chewing rope, as if rope had opinions that needed eating. You took out your seal string for the ledger and then put it back again, because numbers today would feel like arguments, and you were in no mood to argue with something that finally agreed to exist. Up the scaffold, not quick, never quick, just in the posture of a person who has sworn an oath against haste, you set your shoulder near the mason whose hands could persuade a hard edge to think kinder thoughts, and you watched him coat a face in that careful, thin veil that says, "I see you. I value you. But do not think I will forgive you if you wander." The ashlar kissed its bed with a sticky sound, and the mallet guided the conversation to agreement. And you could not help the small smile that warmed your cheeks at the neat line of squeeze-out brushed into a tidy ribbon, the way it caught the light like a fresh scar that health already claimed. Your bent nail, kept as a private joke that had outgrown its punchline, shifted in your pocket with each step, and you decided it had become, quite against its will, a charm against overconfidence, a reminder that even honest timber can refuse an invitation and still be invited again tomorrow. By mid-morning, the rank stood 5 courses proud, a quiet parade in stone jackets, each one content to have no story except height and level and bond, and the shed smelled of wet burlap and the faint sweetness of resin warming in forgotten tools. And your stomach suggested that bread would be an idea if anyone had ideas left. When you ate, you did it with the working care of someone who knows crumbs will end up in places sand has not yet discovered. And you shared a rind with the goat not out of compassion, but because the goat paid attention when you spoke to it with your hands, which is more attention than most patrons give. The neighbor coughed and then sneezed, a sound like a small barrel rolling off a short step, and you answered with a blessing in thought, because words would be stolen by the breeze, and because you prefer your kindnesses unnamed. Your sibling slept on, having conducted an entire campaign against drafts through the night, and you felt a trace of envy for that single-minded conviction that blankets, not breakwaters, are the future. Afternoon lengthened into that honest fatigue that softens the jaw and makes the world smell like dust and rope, a manageable condition so long as no one asks for opinions. And still the mallets breathed their low, sure metronome, and still the trowels drew the thin, silver tongues of joints that promised not to gossip in winter. You walked the line with your level as if carrying a sleeping child. Wait near, care nearer, the bubble settling into its small house with a relief you could feel in your knees, and you remembered ships you have seen sleeping at good keys, ropes a little slack on purpose, men finally laughing, not like fighters but like bakers after dawn, and you thought again of the future lanterns you drew in your mind on a day that tasted of hot metal. And you found the room inside your ribs where those small lights already behaved. The rat, overcoming its caution, dragged some forgotten peal of bark beneath the lowest board and composed a rustling symphony more complex than any wind could claim. You allowed it the victory, because every creature gets to build a harbor against something. As the sun moved down from polished brass toward old copper, the stones took on that forgiving warmth that makes palm lines feel longer, and the mortar shaded from pearly promise to a bruised, committed gray, and you practiced the exacting art of leaving it alone, which is, as always, the most exacting art. Every time your hand reached to fix what did not require fixing, you thought of arguments that earned no witness and pulled your hand back, a courtesy to both the craft and your pulse. Your boots carried grit in and out of the same places like a hesitant messenger. Your shoulders cataloged small aches and returned them stamped and filed. Your breath kept its truce with the sea, in through the nose, out through the mouth, with the faint taste of a nail you once held between your teeth and swore never to hold that way again. Somewhere along the houses, a pot knocked its lid and then apologized with steam, and someone far away tried to teach a whistle to a child and found that patience does not pass down easily. Toward evening, the masons washed their tools not because they were finished, but because the day was done with them. And you laid damp cloths along the newest faces so the night air would not bully the tender skin beneath, and you stroked the cloths in one direction, a habit born of nothing and kept for the comfort of keeping. The wall had grown without ceremony, a loaf rising under a plain towel, a face coming into focus because someone refused to look away. Lanterns kindled along the yard with the modest hiss of wick meeting oil, and the harbor line, once a prayer and then a plan and then a rumor of weight, drew itself into a sentence you could walk without reading aloud, a sentence that began with the mole's patient shoulder and promised, with each neat joint, that sleep would have a better chance when storms rehearsed at the horizon. You put your ear to the stone the way a person might trust a chest to tell the truth, slow, awkward, intimate, and heard only the sea dragging its knuckles in courteous complaint, and the tiniest creak of scaffold that wanted to be remembered before it dreamed. You made the last round with the old dignity of a custodian who loves both keys and locks, touching the corners where corners like to misbehave, checking the betting boards that sulk when ignored, breathing on your fingertips and pressing each face as if to say, "I see you. Be still. You've done enough." The goat, belly reasonably full of rope and charity, settled into straw with a sigh that expressed centuries of opinion. The neighbor coughed one last bar and then let his house rest. Your sibling turned toward the wall to steal heat from plaster, as all siblings learn to do, and the rat wrote its name 3 times in dust just to confirm it existed. You put away the level, graceful as if returning a child, and you hung your cloak where the drops could tick into the shallow pan that has never learned impatience. Your pocket found the bent nail, and you smoothed it with your thumb, not for luck, not for shame, just for companionship, the way you might pet the nose of an animal that pretended all day it did not need you. When you stepped back out for the last look, the tide had advanced not as an army, but as a tired elder wanting its chair, and it spread itself along the foot of the wall with an exhausted kindness, accepting the new shape without any of the theatrics it saves for winter, and you felt gratitude arrive quietly like a blanket someone thinks you will not notice, laid over your shins. The mallets were silent, the trowels drying in their cradle, the string lines slack with trust, and the whole work breathed a little. Stones give back the day before they sleep. While the first stars reheated their small fires above the yard, where smoke had not yet admitted it was night, you stood with your hands behind you like an apprentice gapingly respectful of your own stubbornness, and you let your eyes blur until the wall became just a tone against another tone, and the sentence you could finally read faded into a murmur. The body understands better than the mind. You went inside, and the room agreed to be slightly warmer than outside, and the floor agreed to hold your feet long enough to untie whatever knots they had argued into, and the cot accepted your weight with the familiar complaint of old ropes and forgiving planks. The goat shifted, the neighbor turned on his other side. Your sibling claimed the last of the blanket with the confidence of a general occupying a friendly town, and the rat, proud author of many small thefts, retired beneath the beam to dream of larger, sillier victories. Your breath slowed to match the harbor's new pace, down and in, up and out, the bellows of a human shop that closes only reluctantly, and from the mole there came one last courtesy of sound, a soft settling, a padded surrender of mortar meeting stone meeting night, and then a longer hush arrived and spread itself evenly, the way the sea does when it is pleased with you, and the lantern's flame thinned to a narrow whisper, and the whisper thinned to nothing. After the wall learned to stand beneath its damp cloths and gave back the day in a slow, contented warmth, the yard woke to rigging and to the persuasive geometry of timber and rope. The tall post braced with patient triangles, the boom lashed and balanced as if a careful bird had folded its wing and dared the wind to find fault. You stood beneath that new height with your palms still chalked from joints, and your breath already matching the rhythm you had not yet begun. and in the corner the goat watched with the dry appraisal of an inspector who prefers hay to paperwork, while through the thin wall the neighbor offered a cough that sounded like someone gently knocking at a door that would never open. And from the loft your sibling turned over in their blanket siege and claimed another inch of territory from sleep. And under the floor a rat stitched a secret path through falling grit, as if writing its name into a ledger no one will ever read. The polyspastos coughed rope, the way a slow bellows exhales, that raspy twined breath of hemp rubbed long against oak cheeks, and the big sheaves answered with a groan so satisfied it bordered on pride, a sound that told you the day might be heavy, but it would not be confused. Your fingers learned again the family of oils that live in little jars, the thick one that hushes rough wood, the quick one that slips into iron and loosens its old complaints, the thin, clear cousin that smells faintly of pepper and persuades the smallest squeak to accept an apology it did not ask for. And as you traced those quiet cures along pins and axles, you felt the soft heat of friction under your knuckles, the warm agreement between parts that would rather cooperate than grind. You took the rope in your hands and felt the tired salt from yesterday returning to solution on your skin. You tasted a little iron that had traveled from thumb to lip without permission. And you listened for the one danger you trust most, the unnatural hush inside work that should murmur, knowing that the wrong silence is a cliff, while the right noise is a gentle path down. The first lift of the morning came forward on its sled with the unambitious patience of stone that has no stake in schedules. You slung the strop beneath its belly and touched the knots with the affection given to animals that work hard and will never speak. And the crew leaned into the winches with the same ordinary grace as people pulling winter toward spring, shoulders easy, feet planted where grit makes every boot an unreliable friend. Jokes staying near the surface and softer than yesterday, as if the growing key had taught courtesy by example, because it turns out that straight lines and square corners ask for a certain tone of humor, dry and brief and kind. The polyspastos groaned contentedly as the block rose. Not in a hurry, never in a hurry, just rising the way bread rises in a warm room, almost breathing, ropes thick around your forearms like tame snakes, tar waking in the sun, and giving off that stubborn sweetness that belongs to docks and stubborn workers. And the seaward breeze pushed the block an inch and thought better of it when a twist on the tail line told the breeze that choice is a story for land. The weight hung and the rig swayed through that small arc, which a practiced body understands more with the feet than the eyes, so that your heels and toes measured the sentence while your hands revised the punctuation. And with a little breath into the palm, you sent the block home to its bed, where two steady mallets and a whispering trowel closed the argument without saying a word. Some lifts deserve applause and get none, because everyone prefers the gentle lift, the one that brings the stone to its place, as if the place had been designed for the stone and not the other way around. And this was one of those. So the only praise came from the rope paying back through the drum with that soft, satisfied flutter, and from the goat's ear which twitched in approval, as if it had designed the whole thing in a dream and now found reality adequate. Your mind filed the movement under lessons you will pretend to have always known, that the crane speaks in syllables of tension and flex, that the bosun knot looks like arrogance and behaves like humility, that a shadow on the boom can be more honest than any eye. By mid-morning the sun warmed the rig until the iron felt like a teacup someone has decided will be pleasant to hold, and the oil thinned into the minute spaces where mischief breeds, and you, who have made a religion of listening for trouble, noticed how the right kind of chirp at the sheave rim meant only contentment, while the wrong kind of quiet, thin as breath held in a cold room, asked you to stop, to check the pin, to add a whisper of grease, to hold the crew in that brief, shared idleness that saves hours of repair later. You were not smug about this knowledge. You wore it like a patched sleeve that has outlasted 2 coats, useful and unpretty, and you made your rounds under the boom with small supplies in a leather bag that has decided to be square regardless of the world's wishes. When the block set into the new course and settled with that low thud no wave could mock, the ledger in your pocket shifted against your hip like a child asking to be carried, and you decided to wait until the shadow reached the tool bench before granting any numbers the right to exist, because arithmetic is best when it happens late. Wind rose a thumb's width, and then a little more. The surface darkened into tiny scales that scattered sunlight in a pettier and more interesting way, and the crane showed you what it likes and what it hates. It likes a pull that arrives like a promise. It hates a snatch that arrives like an insult. It likes the slow song of winch handles that do not race each other. It hates the bright pride of a man who thinks his shoulder is a better machine than the arrangement of pulleys and beam and patience. You rested your forehead a moment against the post and felt the mild vibration, the work's hum entering you right at the place where worry leaves, and there was the small humor, dry as sand, that you are one more moving part. You squeak when you are hungry. You groan contentedly when the day finds its own pace. Somewhere behind the thin wall a cough changed to a yawn, and then went silent. Your sibling muttered to a blanket about unjust climates as if the sky might respond to petitions. The rat under the floor discovered a crumb as big as hope and dragged it home with the dignity of a tiny merchant, and the goat, alert to destiny, stepped 3 hooves onto the sled and decided against greatness. The afternoon brought heavier blocks, not so much to test the crane as to test the manners of every person touching rope and wood. You rechecked the pins that had no reason to misbehave. You kissed the back of your thumb where a splinter had lodged itself like a difficult opinion, and then surrendered. You closed your eyes when the load rose above shoulder height, not to avoid seeing, but to hear better, because the best warning belongs to ears trained to tell whether the drum is singing or sulking, and you breathed with the lift, out when they pulled, in when they held, then out again when the pound of stone stepped down into a new home, with the relief of a traveler finding the one chair that does not wobble. The jokes grew kinder as the key took shape. The edges leaned into rightness, and even the man whose temper arrives before breakfast remembered that laughter at a misstep is a kind of sabotage, whereas laughter at the day's stubbornness is shared shelter. Stone, you thought, teaches manners by erasing improvisation. It makes people consider where their feet will land. It asks for courtesy in advance and punishes only when ignored. And somehow everyone understood this without speeches or rules written large. When the wrong silence did visit, it came not as failure, but as a hand placed gently on your shoulder. The rope, halfway to contentment, slipped into a hush that felt like someone holding a breath under a cold bucket, and you felt your own ribs answer with a pause that meant halt, and the winches obeyed before words could be formed, and you traced the hush to a pin hot from pride, added a drop, turned the drum backward until the line relaxed and forgot its irritation, and then started the pull again with the patience of a person rewinding a day to remove a single thorn. You did not congratulate yourself. You saved that for a time when no one is watching, which is to say, never. And you watched as the load descended the last hand's breadth through a cloud of dust that smelled like old seashells and new promises. Your hands learned to trust the small dead weight that swings quietly but always tells the truth, Your ankles learned the stubborn language of planked ground that bows and lifts and complains in a register only bones hear. Your mouth learned the taste of tar and sun and the brief sour of regret every time you looked at a scar and thought of how much easier it is to prevent than to mend. Later, when the light softened and turned the water the color of beaten bronze, when the gulls stopped their editorializing and accepted the mole's outline as part of their newspaper, when the rat's ambitions reduced themselves to crumbs and the goat settled into rope like a scholar into books, you stood on the newly laid stones and followed the line of the key with a hand that would never stop counting, your mind stitching mooring to mooring, lantern to lantern, and your breath falling into that old cadence you learned from the sea. Slow, then slower, then some old ache you used to fear loosening itself from the muscles as if it had found a better house. The crane, taller now because the key had grown under it, wore the last of the sun on its crossbeam like a shawl, and you walked the boom again with your little jar, 3 drops here, 1 drop there. The quiet clerical work of those who prefer prevention to applause, and you pressed your ear briefly to the post and heard the day replayed as a gentle, descending scale that ended somewhere near the soles of your feet. Evening did what evening does in such places. It gathered sounds and thinned them. It explained to every rat and every goat and every neighbor that conversation should now be conducted with lids, with soft pails, with the size of ropes settling into their coils. You coiled with care because tomorrow respects those who respect cords, and you tied the boom with that knot you taught yourself on a winter with more wind than patience, and you looped a cloth over the sheaves not to protect them so much as to comfort yourself with the sight of a day tucked in. Your sibling, finally deciding the blanket war had reached a reasonable settlement, breathed into quiet. The neighbor, whose cough marks time in a way no sundial can match, went still. The rat, after one last rustle that sounded like paper being folded into a pocket, accepted that even thieves must sleep. And the goat snored so faintly you nearly admired it. You closed the ledger without opening it, because numbers can wait for mornings, and you washed your hands in a basin that reflected 1 tired star and 1 stern rope, and the thing between them that is your face. When you stepped backward across the stones, counting by feel, you could tell the key had grown not only outward, but inward, into the shoulders and knees, and older thoughts of everyone who touched it. The air tasted of oil and lime and something sweet you could not name, and under it all ran the clean stripe of sea, unflattered, unimpressed, unoffended, going on with its long breath while the polyspastos stood with its ropes hanging like a mindful curtain. You let your hand run down the post one last time, knuckles skimming the grain where someone had carved a small mark to measure tomorrow's ambition against today's reach. And you had the very small, very private laugh, reserved for those who have managed not to break what lifts the heavy things, and you promised nothing to anyone, least of all to yourself, because promises are loud, and this work prefers vows made from quiet repetition. Inside, the floor greeted your steps with the same old argument about sand and bare feet. The cot made its narrow offer. The blanket accepted its role as both shelter and adversary, and you let your breath lengthen like a rope being paid out, 1 palm on the ledger to keep it from traveling in the night to where numbers might escape. Somewhere the neighbor's wall settled with a wooden sigh. Your sibling murmured a treaty with sleep. The rat composed an invisible receipt. And out in the yard the goat practiced wisdom by doing nothing. The crane, patient coin of the day, eased a rope by the width of a hair, and that little whisper became the last note in the room, a thin line of sound that stretched and stretched until it was only a thread in the dark. and then not even a thread, only the sea, lifting and laying down its breath. After the last stone settled under the crane's patient sigh, and the ropes eased back into their calm curves, the yard gathered itself the way a body gathers after a long exhale, and you stood for a moment with your palm on the post, feeling the faint hum fade into wood, as if the machine were sending a polite good day through your bones. And in that small pause between lifts and ledgers, you notice the change in air along the quay, a new current that did not come from the sea at all, but from boots and baskets and the light chatter of clay lids against clay rims, the return of vendors who know where hunger nests and how to coax it out with little bells and larger patience. They come in an ambling procession that is neither parade nor rush, just the steady arrival of small comforts across sun-whitened stone, figs wrapped in leaves that have kept a hint of shade, coarse loaves scored with a hand that was not in a hurry, olives in a clay pot that has stored sunlight and salt both, and you sit where you always sit when the day allows, on a coil of rope that has learned the shape of your knees, boots dusted pale with lime so that you look, from the ankle down, like a person made from a hillside, which is not entirely wrong. You break the bread with the same slow care you use for measurements, and you notice how the crust resists and then yields, and when you lift the olive pot, there is that quiet metallic kiss, where two fired surfaces meet and part, and the smell rises at once, a green, clean richness that remembers the tree more than the table, and you hold your breath a second, as if not to startle it away. The figs open like small secrets, not showy, just firm and willing, and your teeth find the soft grit of seeds that behave like polite gravel, and the olives are sharp and forgiving in the same mouthful, and the bread gathers all of it together, and you realize you have built a system with your hands and teeth that is more stable than some governments, and the dry humor arrives before you can stop it, because the coil of rope under you looks suspiciously like a stool from a break room that never happened, a modest invention with a place to set your cup and hang your worries, and here you are, hundreds of mornings late to a comfort that would have been too neat anyway, since nothing in this place likes corners except the stones you force into them. There is laughter nearby, the easy kind that does not need a subject, a loose breeze of sound moving around shoulders and past the winch handles and into the shadow under the crane, and it carries the day a finger's breadth away from its own weight. Your fingers shine with oil and flour and a faint film of lime, and when you wipe them on your trousers, they leave the story of the morning in pale streaks, and you drink from a small cup of water that is weighted in a jar shaded by a scrap of sailcloth, the sip turning cool in your mouth and settling deeper like a promise you can accept without signing anything. Nearby, the goat makes its rounds with the old air of supervisory interest, as if it has finally conceded that humans will build whatever they wish, so long as a goat reminds them to keep their buckets upright and beyond the thin wall. As always, the neighbor offers a cough that sounds less worried today, more like a person tapping a rhythm to keep pace with the sun, and when a gust lifts grit into your lashes, you close your eyes and hear your sibling in some remembered room, muttering at a blanket that has always been too short. And the memory folds itself around your shoulders for no reason except that habit is another kind of warmth. The crew arranges themselves where shade is generous and stone is clean, and though no one names it, there is a shape to this pause, an order that grew without rules, hands washing in the bucket by the ladder, a heel of bread set aside for the quiet, a fig pressed into another palm without request, the quick nod someone gives to the waterline, as if to share credit with a boundary, and once you have eaten enough to negotiate with the afternoon, you untie the little wax box that holds the day's lines and numbers, not to write yet, but to feel the reassuring weight of future arithmetic, and the reed that scratches those neat figures rests against your ear like a friend who whispers, not words, but plain balance. You glance down at your boots where lime dust cakes like frost around the stitches, and you decide the powder is a badge no superior would recognize, a white, evaporating proof that you have been standing in the day, and the day has been standing in you. Rope fibers give up a soft whisper when you shift, the coil under you settling as if to share your rest, and you pinch a few grains of salt from the cloth and scatter them into your hand like tiny stars you can actually taste. And the olive brine slicks your lip and makes the water sweeter when you drink again. You think of the ash that traveled from a far edge of the sea and settled into your mixes like one more migrant seeking steadiness. And you allow yourself the plain thought that comfort does not fight the work, but accepts a corner in it, like the small stone someone set into the key, marked with a scratched fish, not as a prayer exactly, more as a habit of remembrance, because stone wants its name spoken even if the voice is only salt. The vendors, who know where to stand so that breezes listen and coins behave, lean their baskets against the quay and stare out at the line of water as if to see the day advancing toward them one small glow at a time. And you, who have measured timelessness in chalk, feel a swell at your chest that refuses to call itself pride and prefers to be hunger turned sideways. Laughter moves again through shoulders and rope tails and over empty sleds, small and breathable, unclaimed by any one person, like a draft through a doorway left open because doors are too busy for the sea. It rolls past your ear with a temperature you recognize from evenings when work ends early enough to count as mercy, and you realize what has changed since the first stones. Jokes have stopped trying to win and started trying to hold. And this is not because anyone grew wiser, but because walls have a way of instructing without scolding, so that even a man famous for bruising sentences now polishes them on his tongue before letting them loose. And everyone breathes that little fraction deeper that only shows itself in the soft angle of a shoulder. You chew, slow as an animal does when it trusts a pasture, and you look at the harbor line, still unreal in places, already necessary in others, and you let your breath match the tiny slop of waves against gabions that have learned to expect this patient tapping. A rat makes the mistake of announcing itself too near the olive pot and receives the rim of your glance, which is more than enough to suggest discretion. It chooses a safer route beneath a plank where crumbs fall with the generous democracy of afternoon. And you think, not unkindly, that even thieves have a union of needs. And if there were dues, the rat would pay them with interest. And this is the kind of humor that can exist only when nobody is hungry in the next 5 minutes. A gust pushes the smell of pitch from the crane's wound-tight knots, and somewhere a low line hums like a string tested by a careful finger, and you feel a knot relax in your own chest to answer, which is how you know the break is doing its work without permission from a calendar. By the latter, a pair of gloves lies open like small, tired birds, and you promise them nothing except that they will be needed again, which in its way is the gentlest promise this yard can make. You wipe your mouth with the back of your wrist and find a faint sweetness where fig met skin, and you lick it away before dust can claim it, and you think of a room with walls that share secrets only in winter, a room where someone would have hung a list of shift times and blessings, a room with a table that does not tilt toward the sea and a floor that does not eat nails by accident. And though such a place would have been useful, you understand that this coil of rope and this sun-drunk stone and this clay pot with its stubborn memory of groves are better company than any invented comfort, because they are honest about what they will not do. They will not keep you dry. They will not fix the crane. They will not add numbers to your ledger, but they will sit with you while you do those things, which is a kind of friendship, old and limited and complete. The goat lowers its head to the coil beside you and considers the ethics of stealing a nap where a human might need to put a hand, and after a lengthy moral debate visible only in the tilt of an ear, it chooses honor and moves on. The vendors pack the slower baskets and leave the quick ones for another round, and their sandals whisper across dust that has been seeing feet longer than memory cares to count, and you watch their line recede into heat that makes squares of air wobble like shy glass. And you remain where you are because the coil understands patience and the wall appreciates witnesses. The ledger, at last, asks for numbers with the stubbornness of a friend who refuses to say please, and you open it and let the reed scratch its small music, totals taking their places, the neat march of sums that steadies a mind the way a low chant steadies breath. And when you are done, you close the leaves with a soft pressure and smooth the cover as if to iron wrinkled time. The water near the quay darkens into a mild indigo, where shadows from the new work lean out to see themselves, and a gull coasts close without comment, and somewhere beyond the thin wall, the neighbor turns a cough into a sigh that was probably meant for a different life, but will have to work for this one. You stand at last, slow so that the rope can keep its dignity, and the lime dust shakes from your boots in a soft cloud that rises and settles and becomes the ground again. A small ceremony performed without audience. You rinse your hands in the bucket, sensing how the grit leaves reluctantly, how the oil forms a faint sheen that the surface accepts with good manners. And when you lift the bucket and pour the gray water into the thirsty stones, you imagine, with the mildness reserved for midday, that somewhere in centuries yet to become dust, someone will touch a wall and think the stone was always this calm. You adjust a hook that wants to hang like a question mark. You tuck the wax box into its pouch like a minor treasure. You set the empty cup on the ledge where cups wait to be forgotten, and you look once more at the olive pot, at the fig leaves crumpling into their good tiredness, at the bread heel that will become bait for some quiet advice under the floor, and you feel a small, unrequested gratitude that sits behind your ribs and nods without standing. When the break dissolves into afternoon, and the crew rises in a long, shared stretch that rustles like a field at dusk, the laughter does not vanish. It thins into a thread that runs from hand to rope to stone, a breath of ease woven into the work so that even the next lift will carry a lightness no pulley can provide. You step back to the crane, and as your palm finds the post again, you hear in the wood the memory of lunch. A near silence, only the tiny pop of cooling tar, the faint ring of a clay lid settling, the soft crunch of bread when teeth met crust. And that remembered quiet lingers a moment like smoke in no hurry to be history. Somewhere a gull folds its wings, and the sea answers with an even, patient hush, and the rope beside your boot sighs as it relaxes a single twist, and in that little breath the day slides forward almost without moving, and the harbor line holds. After the laughter thinned and folded itself back into work, after the bread heel became bait for a patient rat, and the olive pot surrendered its shine to the evening, you stayed by the new wall and watched the light slide down the stone until it gathered in a shallow seam, a harmless little river that went nowhere and took its time doing it. And in that long breath between the last lift and the first star, you felt the yard lower its voice, ropes easing, cranes settling, the day choosing to step aside without complaint so that night could take its turn with the same tools and a gentler grip. You collect what the night asks for, The depth pole milled smooth by too many thumbs to count. A small pot of paint that smells faintly of smoke and iron. A brush wrapped with twine to keep its bristles honest. A rag with the memory of many numbers. And beside you the boy stands holding the lantern with a solemn pride that would be comical if it were not useful, because his hand is steady and his face knows how to look at flame without flinching. The lantern breathes oil and warmth, sending a soft bloom against your wrist as you test the pole's surface, and you can feel the wood's long thirst for sign and sequence, for marks that will turn water into sentences a pilot can read. The boy shifts his weight, and the light rocks without spilling. Tiny insects appearing and vanishing in the warm aura like ideas that cannot stay long. You dip the brush and press out the extra on the rim with a quiet scrape. And when the bristles touch the grain, the first numeral settles in place as if it had been waiting nearby, only pretending indifference. Down in the basin, the water lies smooth and slightly darker than the night above it, a long-held breath that cannot quite hide its pulse, and the stars begin their slow habit of finding themselves twice, once overhead, once under your boots, each reflection slightly broken by the faintest ripple, as if the sky were trying to remember what it felt like to be intervals. The new wall keeps its own counsel, blocks breathing out the day's warmth, the way a tired animal exhales through its nose, low and even, and out past the slip. The goat invents a patrol route with all the authority of a bored magistrate, not looking at you, but certainly seeing. Behind the thin boards of the storehouse, a cough drifts into the open air and unrolls like old linen. The neighbor must have found a blanket that does its job tonight. Beneath the nearest plank, the small scratch of a rat appears and disappears like punctuation that knows better than to interrupt. A seabird reconsiders the angle of its sleep, feathers adjusting in the hush that arrives with the second star. You measure by cord and by habit, a knotted line looped around the pole, the same distance met again and again until repetition becomes comfort, and each time you stop, the brush follows the thumb, laying down a number neat enough to trust in darkness. The boy's lantern lifts and falls with his breathing, a tide of its own, and the light lays a moving window across your project so that the marks seem to float a moment before they decide to belong to wood. You tap the end of the pole against the stone and feel the small thud travel up through your palm, a note that reminds your bones of other notes. And when a moth gives itself to the flame and then thinks better of it, the boy's jaw tightens, but the flame forgives the confusion. You turn the pole so the paint can begin to skin, and there's a faint sweetness to the oil that lingers on your knuckles. Something like warmed kernels, something like the edge of sleep. You carry the pole to the water's lip and ease it down, the lantern leaning over your shoulder like an old aunt with advice and better eyesight. And the numerals meet their future with no fuss at all, sliding through the skin of the basin until the cold holds them in the ribs and the black strokes become useful. You count under your breath without counting, a rhythm learned from buckets and lifts, and the steadiness of men who judge distance by the wear in their souls. The pole meets bottom with a sound that is not a sound, more a soft refusal to fall any further, and you stand there while a thin ring widens and fades, the way worry widens and fades when a thing decides to be what you hoped. The boy angles the lantern so the numbers return to sight, and you see them hovering just below the surface like small truths that know how to swim. You walk the key and set the lanterns where they make sense. A hook here, an iron pin there, a niche left by a stonemason who pressed his thumb into mortar and made a private mark before smoothing it for the world. Each flame takes a place at its station and hums. Each halo licks the stone and leaves no mark. Each wick leans into the light breeze and then straightens its back like someone remembering their own name after being called too often by a title. With a white stick, you chalk a few numbers on the faces where a pilot's eye will land. Small, neat things that will rub away tomorrow and return the day after. A routine like washing sleep from the eyes, and the act calms you in a way that feels older than your hands. The basin's surface brightens and dims as the lanterns practice the slow art of warming stone without burning it. And somewhere a rope rubs its peg and speaks in a low wooden voice, the kind that always knows what time it is. You let yourself sit, just long enough to accept the cup that hovered into your hand without request, the water cool and metallic, a clean taste that has learned patience passing from jar to ladle to you. The cloak at your shoulders still remembers the afternoon's chalky sun, but inside it the night takes its portion and makes the fabric honest, and you think of a distant room with thin walls where a sibling turns in sleep and mutters training complaints to a blanket that does not care, and of another room where an old ledger lies open under a stone to keep the page from forgetting its crease, and of a roof where the wind writes the same note in the same corner every winter, promising to visit until the place remembers to miss it. You swallow again and press the cup to your lower lip as if to ease a line the day drew there. After that, you stand. Out past the entrance, a small light appears and goes still, then advances a steady, thoughtful distance, a humble star owned by wood and shallow draft, and before you name it, you know it. The pilot boat on its slow approach, hull speaking to Chop in a voice too low to trouble the lanterns. Oars sound like someone gently clapping a padded book shut, unafraid to be heard and uninterested in drama. The figure in the stern shifts weight, and the glow on the water slides sideways, a friendly coin in a friendly hand. You lift an arm for no one but yourself, a little salute that would be ridiculous if you had any dignity left to protect, which, thankfully, you do not. Your heart waits the way a cat waits, pretending to ignore its own anticipation, and you feel the votes being counted in your chest by an old union steward who knows the rules and keeps them anyway. The new stones hold their shape, the numbers hold their places, the lanterns hold their breath. The boat glides inside the line with a caution that is kind rather than fearful, as if rehearsed to keep the peace with stones who have not yet learned the neighborhood, and the oars lift dripping arcs, pause, and settle on leather with a softness that could teach tempers to sit. The bow inches toward the quay, hesitates in a courtly way, and then the timbers meet with a single patient tap that travels into your sternum like a knock one room away in a house you thought empty. It is nothing. It is everything. It is a sentence completed after too many drafts, and you stand there not breathing but not suffocating, held open by that touch the way a page is held by a fingertip so it does not turn too soon. The goat, who knows ceremony when it smells it, observes from an absurd angle and declines to comment. Lines move across cleats, an old language spoken slowly by hands who know how not to make a knot angry, and you lower the depth pole again in a small private test, because trust is earned and checked and earned again, and the marks glance past the lantern light and settle into their rolls, black against wet wood, clean as the thought of sleep right before sleep arrives. The boy watches with a gravity that would dignify a treaty signing, and you feel his pride shining softer than the lantern, a warmth behind the ribs that has less to do with accomplishment than with the relief of hearing the world say yes in its quietest voice. The boat's lamp leans toward your nearest flame in a neighborly acknowledgement that needs no actual gesture. and beyond the breakwater, the sea travels by at the polite distance of a gentle visitor who remembers to close the door behind them. You walk the mole with the pole in your hand, and the boy keeping to your shadow as if it were a road he trusts more than the stone, the lanterns nodding along the parapet in slow agreement, and the sounds sort themselves into a thinner fabric than day's cloth. The tick of a rope drying by degrees, the tiny rattle of a loose ring inspecting its pin with professional interest, the hush of water ironing itself where it meets the new wall, the little overthrow of a wavelet that fails to become a slap and settles for a kiss. Your shoulders discover they were not finished unclenching after all, and the long muscles find another notch lower, and your jaw senses it might rest without letting go of its own faithfulness. Somewhere out of sight, a vessel answers an impossible command from sleep and knocks against its own berth with affection. You count the lanterns without counting, and you pause where the paint pot waits and give the last mark a second coat, because good habits are more romantic than vows. And the brush draws a line that satisfies a need in you no officer would ever recognize. You feel the grit of stone under your boot, and the give of rope under your hand, and the cool permission of air moving along the water. And you permit yourself a dry amusement at the way the stars appear to approve of the accommodations you have arranged for their reflections, nodding like patrons who found the bedding adequate and the service unobtrusive. The rat decides the ceremony is a safe place to expand its jurisdiction and scuttles out, discovers the bread heel you forgot to forget, and drags it under with a determination that hints at management potential. You let it pass into privacy because stewardship has many faces, and most of them are small and hungry. When at last the boat rides quiet, and the light on its prow becomes one more star convinced by its copy, you walk back to the first pole and lift it, water pearls slipping from the numerals and returning to what they were always going to be. And you lean the wood in its cradle and tie the soft knot you prefer because it knows how to come undone in the morning without complaint. The boy's lantern sinks lower as his arm grows honest about fatigue, and you relieve him without telling him you're doing him a kindness. The flame passes to your hand, and he becomes taller by an inch. It took him all day to earn. You look along the line of light and shadow, and feel an old room open, the one inside your chest, where a door has hung crooked for months, and tonight remembers its hinges. Then you set the lantern in a niche cut for it before you knew you'd need it, and watch the small flame throw a friendly coin of gold against the stone and hold it there as if saving your place in a book. You leave a few lamps to watch with the stones and smother the others with careful lids, and each time darkness grows another finger length, a new star claims the water and tries on its double to see if the fit is right. Ropes slacken and breathe. Iron forgets the heat of hands. Tar leans into its own smell, and far behind the wall, the neighbor's cough dissolves into a long, contented murmur that might be sleep and might be surrender, and is fine either way. You step back and tilt your face to the basin's quiet, and the night presses a cool palm there and takes the measure of your patience and gives it back a shade deeper. Somewhere under the plank, the rat settles with its contraband, and the faintest sound of satisfied gnawing becomes part of the harbor's first lullaby. The pilot boat taps once more, exactly as gentle as before, and the echo finds the small hollow in your chest and smooths it flat. And then the water resumes its patient hush, and the stone returns to its slow breathing, and the lantern light in the niche sways half a finger's width and comes to rest. After the lanterns learned their stations and the pilot boat's gentle tap folded itself into your chest like a promise that knew when to be quiet, time unspooled in the slow way rope does when you let it run through your palm, leaving a faint heat and a cleaner lay, and the nights began to stack with the even patience of stones set true, until dusk itself felt trained by repetition, and came to the key like a worker who had stopped needing instructions. You walk the finished mole at that easy hour, when sky and water argue politely about which of them holds the deeper blue, and the stone sends a cool through your fingertips that still remembers ash and lime, and the one certainty that arrived like a held breath and never needed to come again. There are shallow cups where long seasons place their small taxes, grain of sand, chips of shell, salt that glitters in the seams like frost that forgot to be cold. And as you pass each familiar join, you feel the old pour return in your marrow, not loud, not bright, only steady, as if a promise could be stored in the bones and brought out at dusk to be checked with the thumb, the way a knot is checked before sleep. The sea keeps breathing as if nothing could ever persuade it otherwise. Long, even pulls under the skin of wavelets. And you keep listening because listening fits you now the way your boots fit, an earned shape that doesn't require thinking. And when the water lifts and sets against the face of the wall, it is not applause and not complaint, only contact, like two tired shoulders touching in a crowd. Years added little habits the plan never named, silt sidling into corners and staying the way shy guests do, barnacles arranging their stony neighborhoods with the single-minded charm of bureaucrats, a mat of weed that comes and goes with moods you stopped taking personally, oxide blooming on iron in a thoughtful orange that refuses to hurry even when rain provides encouragement. Ropes learned your weather, and you learned theirs. You can tell by the smell whether they want oil or patience, and by the pitch of a creak whether a turn will do or a splice will be kinder. One plank near the bollard always keeps a sly spring, a memory of tree that will not surrender, and it grins underfoot when you step there, then behaves, because even stubbornness softens in good light. The ledger grew heavier, with names that wrote themselves into neat columns, and then quietly abraded into the paper's fiber until ownership and ink were the same color, and your thumb, forever dusted with fine grit, leaves small pale moons in the margins where you steadied the page on breezy days. Storms, when they introduced themselves, came without music, only the deep rearranging of air that makes gulls reconsider their beliefs, and you stood with cloak and habit on the windward face, feeling the chop reach up with small fists that could not become anger because the wall did not answer. It only absorbed and returned, the way an old friend receives a long complaint and offers nothing but presence. Later, in the low room where the boards sweat and the roof beam keeps its private knock, you set a bent nail on the shelf like a souvenir from an auditor who delivered no fines, and you allowed the thin corner of a smile because the nail seemed proud of having participated in something larger than itself. In the house behind thin walls, the neighbor coughed through the first watches and then quieted into a sawed-off snore with a courteous pause between cuts. The sibling muttered unfinished journeys into a pillow that never learned maps. The rat conducted its nightly border patrol under the floor, skittering like rain edited down to footnotes. Out on the slope, the goat calculated reputations and condescended to the grass with philosophical restraint. By day, the harbor performed its modest play with a cast that never asked for applause. The fishmonger's tubs watered by a leak he refused to fix because it saved steps. Sacks of grain turning the air powder soft and savory. A skein of pitch unwinding its sun-dark smell, as if reminding timber who had been there first. The water seller striking the lip of his jar with a fingernail to demonstrate a purity that always rang true to him. The child who counted cleats and forgot his last number, then began again, because beginnings are gentle and endings rarely are. Men whose backs measured years in quiet notches stretched and laughed in a key lower than fatigue, and the women who sold olives returned the pits to a bowl for reasons that made sense only to someone who has spent their life keeping small economies moral. The humor at the key tended toward the dry, as if the wind had cured it. When a coil of rope slumped out of shape, a voice said it was considering a career in sculpture. When a gull stole a bread end, someone observed that taxation must be timely, or it becomes charity, and the bread, for its part, agreed by disappearing. You keep tools where the hand expects them, where the eye can forgive their age. Brush with a bristle that clings to one last curve. Iron square with a nick that politely adjusts a measurement rather than bending it. Mallet whose grip remembers sweat and salt as flavors instead of stains. Some mornings you find the chorobates sleeping under a film of dew, a thin mirror stretched along its trench of water, the bubble of breath that remains after a long sentence, and you lift it into the sun to warm because a level that has been cold gives advice grudgingly. The groma's threads twist into themselves in gusts and settle with the patience of fishermen. And when you set lines for some small new wall or repair, it feels like greeting a language you learned so long ago it lives in muscle rather than thought. Chalk dust proves itself endlessly willing to be remade. It does not mind wet fingers. It does not argue with stone. It only shows the intention and steps aside. There were winters in which the mole became a school teacher of silences, chalking the edges of waves with foam and sending the wind's arithmetic across the surface for infants to nap beside. And you walked with a collar turned higher and found, to no one's surprise, that your knees owned their own climate. And there were summers where you carried heat on your back like a sleeping cat, and the bright air made the cranes look thin as drawn lines against a page, and the tar softened into a polite gloss that shone on your fingertips like stolen honey. Time asked for attention in paces measured not by festivals, but by the way a particular stone began to darken in a particular corner, and you came to love that slowness because it put you in a room where effort did not have to speak loudly to be believed. What stayed surprised you less than what fell away. Names weathered faster than receipts, and receipts faster than footprints, and footprints faster than a joke that refuses to die. Paint surrendered itself to the sun and returned as chalk without complaint. Clappers cracked, were bandaged with string, rang almost the same. A wedge went missing for a season and returned at the bottom of a rope basket with a wounded expression, as if it had been meditating on betrayal. The certainty stayed that once, under a certain sky, you asked the sea to accept a decision with no second chances, and the sea, for its own reasons, accepted. And everything afterward became maintenance, which is to say devotion without the fever. You pass the spot where a boy once held a lantern with grave pride, and he is a man now with a lantern of his own that smokes more than yours ever did. But he treats the smoke like an opinion he can listen to without obeying. On quiet nights he tests the depth pole, though the numbers are the same, and he calls out nothing and no one, only stands in the place where you once stood, and waits for the world to reveal whether it intends to be as kind as yesterday. The goat, of course, has trained a successor with a softer tread and a sharper audit. The rat raised a dynasty efficient enough to be hired if anyone were foolish enough to post the position. The sibling trades old mutters for new, and sleeps equidistant from worry and dream in a truce both parties respect. The neighbor's cough moved house, as all tenants do, and a different roof now receives that rhythm without surprise. When storms came larger, years later, maybe many, you read the long, slow mood in the line of the waves, before their crests had learned consonants, and you move the work inward like someone gathering laundry ahead of rain. And after the blow had run through its list, you walk the face with palm and ear, listening for hollows that weren't there, tapping for treachery that had chosen another address, and you made small repairs with the same old tools and the same new patience, and the wall regarded you with that impersonal affection only honest things grant, the respect of like for like. And afterward you sat with bread that had become stubborn, and olives that had become saltier, and found you were steadier than the bench, which seemed a reasonable condition for benches to envy. The harbor trained other rhythms into the town and took none of the credit. Whether a day would begin early, begin late, or not begin at all. First consulted the direction of the flags and the whimper of the rigging. Sleep came easier to men who could lay their heads down with the assurance that the boat would not worry itself free and go visiting. Infants learned the lullaby of slap and hush and did not require more elaborate arrangements. Old women counted their beads to the tick of a cleat receiving line. A cat adopted the noble profession of watching the mouth of a drain where fish scales pooled after cleaning and declared the affair sacred. You walked things that did not need walking, lines already taught, knots already set, chalk already true, because walking them added a thin layer of calm that proved at last to be the real material you worked in. Sometimes your body wrote you letters in the script of ache and stiffness, and you acknowledged them with oil and a vow to sit on the sun-warmed block you never quite sat on. And sometimes you kept the vow for a full minute and learned that stone can teach stillness back to a person who thought they had mastered it. Your hands, faithful dogs with their own secret languages, began to prefer curve to angle, warmth to proof, and your eyes discovered that dusk contains more colors when you don't attempt to count them. A bent nail still waits on the shelf as if ready to deliver another acceptable joke. A working glove rewards your laziness in washing by achieving the perfect stiffness. A coil of rope dries into a shape so elegant it could be forgiven for considering sculpture after all. There are days you bring nothing to the key except listening, and you lean on the parapet where the stone has adopted the curve of your forearm, and you practice the gentle labor of doing less than before without doing nothing at all. And you notice how the harbor's usefulness produces no noise beyond the necessary, which feels like a philosophy you could have invented if the sea had not invented it first. Children chase each other along the lower stones with the cautious bravery of cats, and the adults pretend not to watch while watching. And the sky performs its duties as if the contract had been renewed without revision. You think of a room where someone you love mutters a complaint into fabric, and you accept the world's reply, which is to keep breathing until the complaint dissolves into the same breath. Evenings, when the light widens into gold and then thins into linen, you walk the length of what you have made and what has made you, touching the faces where mortar learned your smell and where timber long ago surrendered to the polite authority of pitch. And you feel again the single moment when decision met water and became stone, as distinct as a scar you refuse to resent. There is humor even here, in the way the gulls criticize the arrangement of the breakwater with voices that will never love anything, in the way a bucket hides behind a post as if avoiding assignment, in the way your own shadow tries to keep up and then thinks better of it and chooses to arrive slightly late, dignified, unsurprised. When you turn back, lamps have lifted like small suns from ordinary hands, and you leave them to their patient watch while you return along the wall's crown, and each step says less than the last and means more, and each breath borrows a cool from the water and lends it to your chest, and the ledger waits with its neat, unreadable comfort, and the door with thin walls has already agreed to admit you without questions. And under the floor, the rat edits the night into acceptable paragraphs, and the goat carries its ancient secret to bed without ceremony. At the foot of the stairs, the harbor clears its throat with a soft swish, as if to remind you it will keep working whether you look or not. And you put your hand on the stone and feel it hold the quiet like a bowl. And somewhere a rope gives a single contented tick against iron. And then the sea breathes out, and you breathe in, and the sound thins and settles and fades.